Once the initial Moorish conquest had been achieved, you have a movement of so-called Arabs into Spain, led by Musa. And once again, Musa is the head. I'm going to pick it up. Musa is the head of the Arab armies that had ordered the conquest of Northwest Africa. Now, although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land, and they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner. Tariq himself is reported to have been publicly rebuked and is struck by a whip by Musa.
Hootie, can you repeat that again, brother, please? Before we go to concert.
I heard what Tahuti said.
I've seen Malachi in 3 different sizes. He went from 5'7", and he went to the size of about an 8-year-old child, and he was playing with the children. And I've seen him as taller than me. I've seen that with my eyes.
So wait a minute, man. Hold up. So what God did he invoke to help him do that?
I'm 6'5" now. I used to be 6'2", I'm 6'5" now.
So you see him change sizes from height ranges from like what, 4.5 feet to 6.5.
Yeah, not just change size, but the whole body structure of like a child, like an 8-year-old child, and he was playing with the children as their size. He was their size, and he was playing with them as their size. I saw that.
Yeah, no, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language, either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. You know, I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes, baby language.
Baby language, right?
So, baby language is a language now? All right. Okay. If it's okay. Well, it's a language. We can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language. Is Gaga Goo, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Goo. Baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks? Well, whoever this is, who you are, let me see your face first. Or you're not coming on. You can just sit back. So, Gaga Goo is numbers, basically. Like most animals, numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Goo is numbers. You know, there's one thing I forgot, but you know, he did say that more means navigator. You know what I'm saying? You know, so if it's a nationality, you know, navigators is not supposed to be a nationality. You know, anybody can be a navigator. You know, it just takes a little training. You know, you don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Goo.
Gaga Goo. It's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other,
they sure do.
Right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each other. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this, and if
it's a language. How come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language, then, I guess.
You can probably find it. You should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
Another joint. Hold this stuff right here. Another joint right here. By Oswald Quake, Freemasonry, the origin of Freemasonry. Now look at me right quick. I think Oswald crazy. This message is for you. Oswald don't like nobody getting his information out, but this is not this Negro information. This right here belongs to all of us, man. Yo, Oswald crazy, stop calling me, asking me if I'm selling your tape. Hell no, I ain't selling your tape. Whenever you go into ancient Egypt, our ancestors got that information for us, not for you. You sound like nigga that said discovered America. You didn't discover this. I remember watching one of the tapes, brother, and not to personally attack you, but I get upset when you keep calling people, talking about this is your information. This is not yours. It's now
You a slick nigga, selling all my DVDs over the years. How much money you made off of me, Sonetta?
But this is wrong information.
Is you like you a schizophrenic or something, nigga? Something wrong with your brain, Sonetta. Why you can't just be right? You just can't be right, nigga.
Now that being said,
the only time when we don't have a beautiful experience is when we fucking with you. So what do? We chop your motherfucking head.
You ain't got no proof, nigga, that I went to the hospital and they all told me I had AIDS. I went to like 4 hospitals, and the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. AIDS.
Shaka. I don't give a fuck what Ramesses said. I'm Sonetta. Ramesses was just another man, bro. I don't worship them motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what Ramesses said. I don't give a fuck what Akhenaten said.
As a people, I hate Africans because of what they did to my people.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Comedics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
Okay, Sister Sacred Infinite, feel free to speak, sister.
Peace and blessings to you, Shaka, and peace and blessings to everyone on the panel and everyone in the chat. I just wanted to give my take on things as far as the gossip in the conscious community. What I want to say, Shaka, is it seems as if, when you shed light onto people's dirty, devilish things that they do, it seems like nobody wants to deal with it. I feel like these things, people should be put in the hot seat. We should be dealing with it as a conscious community, correcting it and say that we don't approve of it instead of terming it gossip or, oh, that's old news. How can anything ever be old news when people are constantly being introduced to the conscious community? Everyone didn't arrive at the same time, and not only is it some of the stuff isn't old, some of this stuff is actually happening right now, and it is a conversation, even if it's tough, that needs to be had.
All right.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. Because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. but we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
Let me ask you a question. You keep saying that Dr. York went up in court and admitted that he was guilty. Am I correct?
He copped out. He didn't go to trial. He copped out.
Did you see the video?
Did I see the video? I seen a few videos with him in court. What that mean? He got drugged.
What did he cop out to, Poppy?
He copped out to all of those charges. The charges, not tax evasion, not that. Like Prince York tried to say, he copped out to all of those charges of molestation, and the reason why he copped out was because he gave those children herpes.
Now, hold on. Now, what did he cop out to, though? What was the charges for him copping out?
Child molestation.
No. What was the time? What was the time that he will get if he cop out?
The time that they gave him over 100 years.
Now, Poppy, reason with me. Let's deal with some real truth for a minute. If a man would cop out to 200 years or to 100 years, come on, Poppy, it don't make sense. He have nothing to lose. Why would he cop out to 100 years, Poppy? He would automatically, hold on, Poppy. He would go to trial. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind, brother. Come on, man. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind, brother. Come on, man. See, but y'all hate so damn much. Hold on, Poppy. Hold on. Y'all hate so much, and you want to prove that he's that y'all going along everything what the damn white man told you. If the white man is the fucking devil, how come everybody all of a sudden now believes what the fucking white man is telling them? Come on, bro.
So, let me ask you a question. You gonna tell me, just like Ben Potter, that there was rumors in New York?
Brother, we're talking about Dr. York right now. Let's get back to Dr. York.
So now, hold up. Yes. So now you gonna tell me that the Brooklyn Knights been run Dr. York ass out of Brooklyn because the rumors of him being a child molester been going on for over 40 years? This shit didn't just start with Dr. York. Dr. York was being accused of being a child molester since the early 70s, 60s and 70s. That man had been being a child molester, number one. Number two, not only is he a child molester, but he taught Africa Bambaataa. He is Africa Bambaataa's teacher, and he taught them about the occult. He is his teacher. He is Bambaataa's master teacher, and that's another place where Bambaataa started that practice from. He recorded his first record inside Dr. York's studio. Dr. York turned Africa Bear Got Out. He's a pedophile.
All right, I hear what you're saying, brother, but guess what? You still have not proven anything. Give me some proof. Show me something. Ain't no man. For example, I'm going to court. I'm not going to cop out to 100 damn years, Poppy. What do I got to lose in going to trial? I'm already in court. I'm 50-something years old already. I'm 40-something years old already. And I'm going to court for 100 years. Why would that man cop out? You know why he copped out, Poppy?
I know why he copped out.
Why he copped out?
He copped out because he didn't want his medical records to be released and lose all his followers, because his medical records told the story of him giving them children. He gave all of those children herpes.
All right, Poppy. He copped out, my brother, because he wanted to release his wives. The fucking white man had all of his wives and everybody locked down in the dungeons. So he said, I'm going to take the fall. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. No man is going to go inside the shit and go and say, I'm going to cop out 200 years. Who does that? You might as well go to trial. You think Dr. York was that stupid, Poppy? Something else was bigger than that. Come on, man. I don't believe, and hold on, I don't believe that Dr. York was molesting little boys. How old was Tariq? Tariq was what? He said he was what? 7 years old? I don't believe that.
Yep.
Now, I have a right to my own opinion. I don't believe that. I don't believe he was having sex with little boys. Dr. York had 50 beautiful fucking wives, women. I don't believe that. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse.
You understand you're charged with 40 counts of aggravated child molestation, that you could receive a maximum sentence of 30 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 34 counts of child molestation, that you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 1 count of sexual exploitation of children, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement, and you're charged with 2 counts of influencing witnesses, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 10 years in confinement for each count, and that you could receive a minimum sentence overall of 10 years on probation. I'm telling you the most and the least. You understand that? Actually, Your Honor,
that's where y'all all got it wrong. He didn't go to jail for that. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He went to jail for a whole different other shit. He went to jail for a whole different other shit.
So if he didn't go to jail for molesting, then why was those children on the stand testifying on the stand and got their testimony? If anybody, all you got to do is stay in court for the records. They testified and said everything he did to them in the bedroom. So if they wasn't in court for justice for what he did to them, then why would the district attorney even have them on the stand? That doesn't make any sense.
Poppy, do you believe in the white man now? All of a sudden, you believe in the white man?
Do I believe in the white man?
Yeah.
If dogs fly?
All right, so you don't believe in the white man. So why do you believe the white man now, brother? Why you believe in him now?
Here's the thing, Si. I'm not one of those Negroes that's going to sit up there and act like 1 out of 3 females is not being molested. 1 out of 6 young men is not being molested. We know we got rapists in our community. We know that. We know the black man when we walk the street, we hate each other. We know people go to jail for rape. Let's stop acting like black people don't commit black on black crime. Let's not act like we all don't have an uncle or a grandfather that done molested all of the children in the family. Like, let's stop pretending that the white man is licking up the stats and that black man don't do no wrong.
All right, my brother. See, now, let me talk to my people. Y'all keep saying, Saul, you wrong. Saul, you fucked up on this one. Y'all don't understand. Saul, you wrong. Y'all think Saul never don't know these things. Y'all are dealing with slow gases. Y'all niggas are really dumb. Some of you are stupid. And the reason I got to come out like that is because y'all all in here, Saul, you wrong. Saul, oh, how can you do that? So the really stupid motherfuckers is you. And y'all niggas are stupid in the chat room. God damn, I've been here for 20 damn years, man. You think I don't know what's going on? Come on, man, sit your ass down. Let me and Poppy deal with this shit. Sit your ass down and enjoy this damn conversation. Damn, y'all niggas is weak. Damn, y'all niggas is slow. Y'all niggas are slow, man. God damn. So go ahead, Poppy. If I was to have sex with a 9-year-old, would you say that I am a molester?
Microphone check 1, 2. Oh snap! Dang. Bit loud. It went all the way. Should be better now. Hotep Senuhena Senut E.T. RNE Shaka Nugu Kemen. The title of this live stream is Donald Trump guilty of sexual abuse. Will he join the HOK? You know, the sucker bootlicker Chris Snakes, when he revealed to the whole world that the guy found guilty of child molestation is Tazariak's cousin, he was defending the dude, talking about you don't know the specifics of the case, as if he knows the specifics of the case. And then he said, show the paperwork. But that biatch Chris Snakes, that hooker, did he ask Sanetta and Tazariak to show the paperwork when they talked about it live on air?
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, you know, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite, because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation, for rape, or whatever it is, and y'all still support him. Here it is, Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
you have
double
a member
standard?
in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books, but Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all already.
This how I know you taking a strong. This how I
brother.
know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lot of.
Even if you explain it, it still remains the same, though, Captain.
No,
You still support
what
a brother
remains
who was
the
found
same?
guilty.
But what remains the same though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty, but he also
Polite
took a,
was not found guilty.
I'm not saying don't support him though. Right.
Brother, you said if the brother come on my channel, you done.
Wait,
You said-
wait.
And you know you got me, man. You got me. I said, all right, brother.
That's
All
right.
right,
But
I
what?
Did that biatch Chris Snakes ask Scamchetta, Sanetta, Frankie, to show the paperwork? How old was the girl? Does somebody know? Doesn't bother anybody that the conscious community money goes in the pocket of somebody who was found guilty in a court of law for sexually abusing a child. And we know the monkey, Hanifa Mika, she doesn't care. That's how she was raised. But what about the responsible adults? We know the bitch ass Reggie doesn't care. We know the bitch ass Sanetta doesn't care. We know the bitch ass Garfield doesn't care. We know the bitch ass Chris doesn't care. What about mothers? Sister Freedom doesn't care. She says she let a convicted child molester near her daughter. That's how desperate she is. You know, so she's running around, you know, the big cleavage, hoping to get saved. But did anybody bother to find out how old the girl was? Because we heard the dude said the young girl, rather. You know when you know that I have no recollection of that video. Listen closely when he said the young girl, rather.
Were you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Tazariak, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, rather, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So I have a question. This brother that you support, does he have children?
Yes.
And if so, do you ever say to those children, you have a father that's a child molester?
No, I don't.
Well, why do you do that to others that have a love for Dr. Malachi Z. York Ill and cause his children of him a quote-unquote so-called child molester, and you speak for supporting him?
So in that clip, around the beginning of that latest clip, he says the sister, well, the young girl rather. How young was she? We have seen that in the conscious community. A 15-year-old girl getting raped is okay. After a few years, it's in the past. Let bygones be bygones. All right. Now, according to the charge, it will be somebody 13 and under. You know, we'll look into the Pennsylvania code, but hey, the conscious community turns a so-called relation, a rape into a so-called relationship. And later on, come to find out that there was no relationship. That the mother was unhappy about not getting her drugs, so she came up with that false accusation. And the dude was hit with the rape charge on top of the statutory and also the involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, which cannot be given along with the rape for the same act that will go against the United States Constitution. Some people are more than gullible, but many people are actually capping for child molesters because who knows what they have done in their lifetime. You know the saying, "Hit dog hollers." So how old was the girl? Because raping a 15-year-old girl is acceptable in the house of consciousness, and the rape okay in the conscious community. It's okay also for the Shrine of Ma'at. Jabari Ozase doesn't mind. So how old was the girl? She 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8? How old was she? Was she half the age of the girl that was raped? But it's okay, according to the rape okay, and the conscious community and Pan-Africans. Could she have been like half the age? Could she have been like 7 years old? At what age is it okay for a girl to get raped? I'm just wondering, I'm going to share the link. Feel free to come and tell us, okay, or, well, us Pan-Africans, conscious community people, well, the girl's like 15, 13. I mean, what's the age when it's okay? At what age do you say, oh, no, that's fine, bro. That's too young? Because in their mindset, it's not like, oh, raping is wrong. The mindset is like, but then raping is okay only from a certain age. So let's find out what age it is. And also let's find out when somebody rapes a woman or a girl, after how long it's okay? Like, oh, that's the past. It was what it was. Is it a year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? Your quote unquote sins are washed away. You're like brand new. Hapa's a brand new guy. Face Off, for those who've seen the movie. Is it difficult to find out? Or could it be that people are conveniently not talking about it because the age could be something very surprising? I mean, we know about the desperate conscious community wives who are willing to accept anything, just like in the movie Precious, in order to keep a man. They won't mind if their daughters get raped as long as they can get a boyfriend or a sex husband. That's how stupid they are. So how come we don't know? How come we don't have any specifics? I mean, you're not going to tell me that he was part of some secret society and, everything was sealed. But now, there may be a new guy in the crew. Donald Trump, former president of the United States of America, was found guilty of sexual abuse. Yes, sexual abuse, man. Let's look into it. But before that, I see I have 30 comments. I even saw some comments before the live stream started. So let me holler at my peeps and see who's in the place to be. The fact doctor is in the place to be. When he saw the title, he wrote, laughing my behind off. Andrew Brunet is in the place to be. Danny Williams wrote, "Guess who's going to jail tonight?" We've been in the place to be Hotep tonight. I'm gonna help you out with this. I'm gonna help you out with some language. Oh well, feel free to help me out. First language is actually dog language. Woof woof. Oh yeah, well, we know somebody nicknamed Woof Woof. Now we haven't found out anything about the babysitting gone wrong. We haven't found anything yet. I heard there was a paper, but this is what I heard. I didn't say. It's freedom of speech. People in the chat express themselves. Texas Bama isn't the place to be. That's what nature tells him. He's justifying anti-black and anti-African hate. Oh yeah, Farrakhan's anti-black speech, yes, they accept that too. The Pan-African and conscious community people, they do accept not only rape of women, but also rape of children, and also anti-black teaching. They do accept that, yes. Actually, we've already seen that there's even a guy who's praising the white supremacists. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they get down. They finally got Trump, huh? Shaking my head. Scam Cheddar might be related. He capped for him for 10 minutes straight. You have to wonder why. But we know about Nikki. He remembers Nikki now. I mean, once again, there was an interview of Alpo. Many of you have seen the movie Paid in Full with Mickey Pfeiffer, Wood Harris, and Cameron, the rapper. So that's a cinematic portrayal of Apple and Rich Porter. And AZ also. In that interview, we can hear, and I talked about that before, Apple being asked, what was the most gruesome murder you witnessed? And Apple paused for some seconds. Maybe 10 seconds, something. Then he told a gruesome story. And some people in the comments said, this guy killed so many people that when he was asked what was the most gruesome, he had to think about it. So Scam Cheddar, we have Enki on tape saying that he's a pedophile and that he used to, go after young girls. Seems as if, he was dealing with so many young girls that he had to think. It took him a few weeks, actually a few months, to remember, okay, I remember Nikki now. She used to live in the 4th and 5th floor, you know what I'm saying? Brother, sister over there, blah, blah, blah. I think now she's in the Bronx, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we heard him. He's the one who talked. I didn't make that up. So it looks like, he used to run through them. He used to really like them young, Scam Cheddar is promoting the idea that the Illuminati get Dr. York. I mean, hey, we heard it, man. The white man is the devil, so that's why York was found guilty. Now, as insensitive as Polite was towards Tariq Noel, a victim of York, I don't remember Polite saying that he doesn't believe the allegation, and that's why he came up with that conscious community quotable that even if York would have molested 1,000 children, DNA evidence and all, he would still see him as his God. Scam Cheddar said live on air that he doesn't even believe that the Noel dude was molested. He said he doesn't believe that boys were molested because York had I don't know how many women. In the mind of Scam Cheddar, that dumbass, somebody that has several women, can never rape. Fight daughter, greeting everybody. Love Me Frozen, the place to be. Texas Bama wrote, Tazi played too much. Oh, he's dead serious, with his protection of his cousin child molester. Dead serious with it. And Chris next to Biatch was dead serious with it. And as a reward, he was told, shut the F up twice. Tazi knows how old the girl was. Well, he probably knows. He said that he went to the trial, didn't he? He said that there were 2 cases. He said that one was thrown out. If the child was 6 years old, for example, would Tazi tell anyone? Would the rest of these dudes even care? No, they don't care. Me was wondering if the girl was 14. Why don't we just ask, like, how old was the girl, right? Why won't you just ask, I think we should find out how young ISUP can get them chicks. Because you remember GMS. GMS, those grown men, some of them looking like they are easily grandfathers, at least in terms of age. They're saying, yeah, we're going to get him young. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? 12, 9. One of them was even uncomfortable. He's younger than the others. He's like, but we're going to deal with a 9-year-old. He just put it out there, like, oh, no, man, no, don't put that on us. We don't do 9-year-old. We do 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? You had to throw that there. You know what I'm saying? But maybe ISUPK, they do younger, man. I'm aware, sometimes they say, well, you know what I'm saying, it's not 12 years old for the period for everybody, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes there's exception, which is probably true, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we shouldn't make a rule out of an exception, but so maybe that's why they go up to 9-year-old, you know what I'm saying? But that number that was thrown out here, for the sake of example, like, see, have you heard of some 6-year-old girl who had a period? You know what I'm saying? Was it like a consensual relationship? Did they have a marriage? Like, how old did they marry, the girls? Was it with the sex husband? How young do they get him? And maybe it's not just ISUPK. Maybe there's some other camps as well. So feel free to tell us no. To tell us no. Feel free to tell us. Feel free to let us know what you know about when it comes to these Hebrew Israelites who like to get them young. Because our elder from ISUPK, from GMS, when the 9-year-old was brought up, 12-year-old, 9-year-old, when he was asked, to do what? He said, have sex with him, man. He said that. I've played it. He said, any of you didn't see it, I'd be glad to just let you know how it goes down in the conscious community. Because the guy who was interviewing, he was Scam Cheddar. You know what I'm saying? He knows them all, man. He's deep in the streets with his ties and connections to the child molesters. That's just what he does, man. You know what I'm saying? He's an expert in the knowledge and defense of child molesters and rapists. You know what I'm saying? Anybody check to see if what he just said is a bunch of lies? They don't care to know, Shaka. They don't care if someone raped their own little girl. Wow. Well, she's still playing with baby dolls. Why don't they just tell us the age? They were talking about Polite's case. They made press conferences about Police's case. I'm not asking or demanding anything. But can we know how old the girl was? But let's be honest, Scam Cheddar don't give a damn if she was 1 year old. Well, let's find out. Because he may go live tonight and say, this guy said that I don't care if a chick is 1 year old and she gets raped. That's slander. That's defamation. You know what I'm saying? You know, she has to be 6. She has to be 7, 8, 9, like GMS 9. Maybe that's what he's gonna say. But his brain may tell him ultimately, well, that's not fly. That's not fly. Folks got to look out for their money. Yeah. They don't want to mess up the money. They don't want to F up the money. You know, Chris Snakes, the biatch said it. Scam Cheddar is tired of it. And I'm tired too. But he's not tired about those girls being raped, is he? Absolutely not. He imitated a French accent saying, there's some pedos over there. There's some pedos over there. Trying to make fun of somebody who's concerned about pedophiles, rapists of children. That's why Chris Snakes is a bitch for life. He's a biatch for life. And he knows this, man. Those guys are trying to make fun of people who are against rape. Trying to make fun of people who are against child molestation, like the Only Fan Mika clown. And all the beach may moderator on that panel over there. That's gossiping. That's not gossiping when somebody was found guilty in a court of law. Oh, it's real. It's not gossiping. Take your shower for the night when you get home. That should help. I don't get that message. Sorry, I get confused with the text. Was it a black doctor who examined the child and reported back to the court her findings? A black female doctor? Well, we may find out. We may find out. Because indeed, you know, we heard Scam Cheddar said that, you know, white man is the devil. That's why Malachi Oak is in prison. So if he happened to be a black doctor that examined the girl, then what is he going to say? He'll say, well, some black people are devil too. Defending child molesters by any means necessary. I mean, he got Malcolm X's teaching wrong. You know, he got it the wrong way. Malcolm X never said, you know, you defend rapists and child molesters by any means necessary. Imhotep University TV isn't the place to be. Now let's deal with Trump. You know, some people may say, "Oh, that's gossiping, man. He's even slandering our former president, man. His French is slandering our president, man. Trump wasn't found guilty." Now I can see Scam Cheddar going live tonight. I can, just like he called the Moorish dude who's praising the white supremacists. He might have sent some text messages. He may have tried to call Trump. Trump, hey, come here, man. That's man. That's gang. It's Frenchy, man. It's Frenchy dude, man. Never him. What does I think he is, man? So here's the thing there. Jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation. Not only sexual abuse, but defamation as well. So you have the link in the chat here. That's NY Times. It's not Frenchy Times. It's New York Times. Let's have a look at the article. See at the top? It says, The New York Times. All right? I know many in the House of Consciousness don't know how to read. And it's never too late to learn. But we're going to help them out. Jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation. A jury of 6 men and 3 women awarded the writer E. Jean Carroll, you may pronounce it Jean in English, but it's okay, $5 million in damages. Donald J. Trump called the verdict a disgrace. Published May 9, 2023. That's only yesterday, right? Now, I found out about it this morning because with the time difference, It was this morning that I found out about it. Because they may say, oh, that's old news, man. It's old news. You should have talked about it the same day it happened. I do the best I can in this, man. They would have fault me for reporting on this within 24 hours. Then I have to take that L. So that's the lady right there. She's smiling because she gained justice. Because in the conscious community, if your child gets raped, they tell you, man, let's keep it together, man. I'm going to give you a doll. I'm going to give you a cat. I'm going to give you a dog. I'm going to give you 50 shekels. I'm going to take you to Disneyland. E. Jean, as you pronounce it in English, E. Jean Carroll Center, even quoted in New York on Tuesday afternoon. Brittany Newman for the New York Times. The former writer left the Manhattan courthouse smiling after a jury found that Donald Trump had sexually abused and defamed her. Mr. Trump's lawyer said he intended to appeal. Now, from what I understand, I don't know if it's the case in civil courts, but it is definitely the case in legal courts or penal for penal cases. If you appeal and you lose the appeal, your sentence, punitive damages may end up being worse. A Manhattan jury on Tuesday found former President Donald J. Trump liable for sexual abusing and defaming E. Jean Carroll and awarded her $5 million in damages. More than a dozen women have accused Mr. Trump of sexual misconduct over the years, but this is the only allegation to be affirmed by a jury. He was found guilty. Just like at least, 2 people who are close to the House of Consciousness. Rape okay. I didn't know that there was more than a dozen women who accused Trump of sexual misconduct. I guess he got his karma because some people may have forgotten, but he was on tape saying you got to grab them by the punny. And I say punny to avoid saying the P word. Did you know that? Did y'all know that he said that? Got to grab them by the punny. Before the elections. It was during the elections. And he was still elected, man. People act like that. Anything. All good, man. But he's on tape saying that. It's not slander or defamation. He's on tape saying that. In a civil case, the federal jury of 6 men and 3 women found that Mrs. Carroll, 79, a former magazine writer, had sufficiently proved that Mr. Trump sexually abused her nearly 30 years ago in a dressing room of the Bergdorf Goodman department store in Manhattan. Jury did not, however, find he had raped her, as she had long claimed. But that was nearly 30 years ago, which let us know that all these people now who are kicking, say soul stuff. It's like, we've been knowing about this. We've been knowing about the rape and the child molestation. We don't care. The HOK, House of Conscious Mess, rape okay. Well, laugh now, cry later. Some of you may end up coughing up that paper. On Truth Social, Trump continued his attacks, focusing on Judge Lewis A. Kaplan. He wrote, "What else can you expect from a Trump-hating, Clinton-appointed judge? Went out of his way to make sure that the result was was as negative as it could possibly be, speaking to and in control of a jury from an anti-Trump era, which is probably the worst place in the US for me to get a fair trial. Even the former president of the United States of America could not get a fair trial. Dang. Who can get a fair trial if the former president of the United States of America can't get a fair trial? That's the case, man. You might as well leave abroad, man. Trump's lawyer vows to appeal the verdict. Donald Trump's lawyer, Joseph Tacopina, said outside federal court that his client would appeal. Outside of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, Donald J. Trump's lawyer, Joseph Tacopina, said the trial had been unfair in several ways and his client intended to appeal the verdict. Mr. Tacopina said Judge Lewis A. Kaplan, who oversaw the case in federal court, had displayed bias towards Mrs. Carroll in several decisions. He called the court highly prejudicial. Dang, that looks like paperwork right there. Read the complete jury verdict form in the Trump-Carroll case. Dang. Now, if you click on it, they will ask you to register. But don't worry, I'm going to bring you the paperwork because, you know, the sucker's going to go live tonight. And I'll say, man, Shotgun Kemet, he's slandering our president, man. He didn't even show no paperwork. You know, that's what they're going to say. So, on this page here, CBS News. Yes, CBS News. Trump paperwork. It's got it like that. You can't believe the news, you know. Nadi in the secret societies told those newspapers to write these articles, you know. Let's deal with the court and cut the middleman, you know. CBSnews.com. What do we have here? Read the full Trump-E Jean Carroll verdict text here. If you scroll down, there you have it. And we can see that it is hosted on Scribd. So we might as well get the version on Scribd. You see at the bottom left, you have download this PDF. Because it is embedded within this website, it's quite short. So let's get a better view, all right? Before the record here, verdict form, battery. Did Mrs. Carroll prove by a preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Trump raped Mrs. Carroll? No. 2, Mr. Trump sexually abused Mrs. Carroll? Yes. Yes, just like Tahaka Bay, lifetime sex offender? Yes. He read it himself. He said it himself. The Y stands for yes. JJ 7000 said that it's Anetta's cousin. He said it live on air. I played it. I didn't say it. He said it. So it's funny that Scam Cheddar allegedly has a cousin who has a lifetime sex offender in his rap sheet. And the Zaryak has, according to Chris Snakes, has a cousin who was found guilty of child molestation. I'm like, what a coincidence. Let's get a better view. Here. Scribd. Have the link in the chat. There it is. And as you can see here, it was transferred by CBS News Politics. United States District Court, Southern District of New York. E. Jean Carroll, plaintiff against Donald J. Trump, defendant. Verdict form. Battery. Did Mrs. Carroll prove by a preponderance of the evidence that 1. Mr. Trump raped Mrs. Carroll? No. 2. Mr. Trump sexually abused Mrs. Carroll? Yes. Here, we don't have any selection. 3. Mr. Trump forcibly touched Mrs. Carroll. 4. Mrs. Carroll was injured as a result of Mr. Trump's conduct. Yes. The interesting thing is that it happened in a department store, right? It wasn't, somebody's house, or in a hotel room. If yes, insert a dollar amount that will fairly and adequately compensate her for that injury or those injuries. And here it says $2 million. If no, insert $1. 5. Mrs. Trump's conduct was willingly or wantonly, some under that word, negligent, reckless, or done with a conscious disregard of the rights of Mrs. Carroll, or was so reckless as to amount to such disregard. Yes. If yes, how much, if any, should Mr. Trump pay to Mrs. Carroll in punitive damages? $20,000. Defamation. Did Mrs. Carroll prove by a preponderance of the evidence that 6. Mr. Trump's statement was defamatory? Yes. Did Mrs. Carroll prove by clear and convincing evidence that 7. Mr. Trump's statement was false? Yes. 8. Mr. Trump made the statement with actual malice? Yes. So it's funny, man, because the president of the United States of America was found guilty in a civil court of sexual abuse. But we are led to believe that some people will be found guilty, not in a civil court, but in a penal court. But yet they are not guilty. Did Mrs. Carroll prove, that's page 3 for the record, did Mrs. Carroll prove by a preponderance of the evidence that 9. Mrs. Carroll was injured as a result of Mr. Trump's publication of the October 12, 2022 statement? Yes. And you know what's funny? The events took place nearly 30 years ago, but here we are told about Trump's publication in October 12, 2022. And last year, many people made some statements regarding, the girl was allegedly sexually abused by Polite. We heard, for example, Kamcheta said that, the semen was found on the scarf, but not on the clothing of the girl. So if some defamation suit pops up, he can only blame himself. He actually said this in the paperwork. It's in the paperwork never said that it was only on the scarf. So we wonder where he got that from. He will probably be angry and say, you lied to me. So since you lied to me and now I have to cough some money, now I'm going to reveal that, you did more than run off with my wife's former niece through marriage, which he didn't care. Even though the girl was 14 years old, he didn't care until he had money problems. Then he spoke publicly with his famous, or rather infamous quote, Baby York, Dr. York. If yes, insert a dollar amount for any damages other than the reputation repair program. $1 million. If yes, insert a dollar amount for any damages for the reputation repair program only. $1.7 million. 10. In making the statement, Mr. Trump acted maliciously out of hatred, ill will, spite, or wanton, reckless, or willful disregard of the rights of another. Yes. If yes, how much, if any, should Mr. Trump pay Mrs. Carroll in punitive damages? $280,000. Dated May 9, 2023. I've shown the paperwork. Don't need that one here. Check that the sound works fine. Now, right now, I want to move to some different topic. It's a video I came across. But actually, you know, hey, maybe somebody gonna have a commentary or two. So here, some commentary, feel free. How you think the girl was? What is your opinion regarding Truck's conviction in the civil court? You have the link in the chat here. You know what? I'm going to wait 5 minutes. In the meantime, let's hear about the glorious past of Frankie.
Bro, listen. I don't even know who's over there watching that shit. But actually, you know what? That's a lie. I do. What's happening right now is there's a line in the sand, and the pedophiles and the pro-pedophiles. Remember when I said this is revealing who's pedophile and who's pro-pedophile? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these people have shit that they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people have shit that they've been doing, shit that they interested in. A lot of these niggas go on to vacations in Dominican Republic and Brazil and all these other places and be doing a lot of shit that if they was here in the States, them niggas would get killed for. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas going on vacation doing other goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? And niggas coming around thinking that because they got a little few dollars that they could get away with doing certain shit, that makes them somebody. It don't. See, I still come from a world where money don't determine who you are. It don't. Because you got a little control of a platform and niggas looking at you and you could put niggas in position like, bro, that shit don't mean nothing if you a slime ball. Period. So you over there having sex with little girls. Remember, I was saying that we needed to boycott Sarnetta Page until he took polite videos down. At this point, I'm saying that we need to just boycott that page. Everybody needs to unsubscribe. The nigga's a pedophile. What are you doing now? And if he's not, let him break it down. Let him explain his relationship with Nicki, because he cannot deny his relationship with Nicki. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is a real thing that happened. That would be the same as Polite trying to deny Aminette. Polite can't deny he with Aminette no more than Sarnetta could deny that he was with Nicki for years. So let him explain that. Let him explain what he's doing with Nicki. He's 33, she's 15. And let me show you something. So you really know that this is a problem. He stayed in a relationship with her. He went to prison for a year and stayed in a relationship with her while he was in prison. And when he came home, he came right back to her. So that means that he thinks that that's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, say for instance, we want to say the girl had a really big body and she looked grown and he was out somewhere drunk and they hooked up for a one night stand and he didn't know. Okay, that's a situation. That could be argued back and forth. I'm not saying yay, nay, or whatever. But you were with this girl since she's in junior high school, my nigga. So the time she's in high school, guess who's going to jail tonight? What? Bro, stop doing videos on everything else and talk about you and Nicki over there, bro. Talk about you and Nicki. And be careful because niggas in Harlem is now paying attention. So it's niggas that know about other things that's hitting me, sending me text messages and all that. And I'm ignoring a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what I would like you to do is go out on a high note. This is a real message from me to you, Saab. You watching this video. Go out on a high note with some dignity, bro. Don't keep dragging this thing out where you keep losing dignity in front of us, bro. It's hurting me. I don't know. A lot of these people that's watching, they don't really give a fuck about none of the people involved. It's hurting me to keep finding out more of these things that's making who you are in my mind diminish less and less and less into below nothingness. And it's a lot of people in the community that feel the same way, bro. And if you would have just stopped this shit, if you would have just stopped this polite shit so long ago, man, you could have saved this community so much fucking heartache, bro. And you still going, my nigga. You still pointing out other niggas instead of dealing with your man polite. Now, let's look how fucking goofy this nigga Saw look. All this research work, right? He doesn't realize that he's demonstrating to the entire community that he's capable of fully pulling up all the information on Brother Polite. But you're not doing anything but pulling up information on other people. Okay, so now we pass Brother Polite, bro. Now we're on Brother Sa-Neter.
Okay. We are better than the place to be. What's up, brother?
Yeah, Hotep Shaka.
Hotep, how you feeling, brother?
Hanging in there, man. Just getting over this little cold I got.
Yeah, I can hear. It's not over.
Yeah, it's almost, but hopefully by the weekend. But
what's on your mind? What's on your mind, brother?
You know, I think people should take Inky's words to heart and say it's interesting that Chatter, he could pull up this information if he wanted, but he pulls up the information only on, you know, what suits his own agenda. But it's the same thing. Like, you know, he might have information, and if it's something that he doesn't want to share, he doesn't share it for some reason. But I'm like, if you have a person on your show and you're a journalist and you're doing so-called black media, when you put a person on your show and you go down that line of questioning, asking that person about this crime that has been committed, about a conviction, then you would naturally think the question of the age of the person would come up. But it's so interesting how in this case, no age has been mentioned. All those other cases you hear, oh, she was 14, you know, or she was this, or oh, she was that. But this one, no age has been mentioned.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, not this one. Not this one. No. And, you know, you would think they would go down the line of, she was 15, she's 16, you know, big body, just like Inky said. Mm-hmm. Big body, you know, it was an accident. Mm-hmm. But they don't go down that line. So maybe she wasn't 14 or 15 or 16. And who's to say she wasn't half that age? You see, that's what I'm starting to wonder. And also, like what Sa-Neter said, you know, he likes to put it out there like it's always other people doing these things. But what if you find out that one of the reasons why that man is in jail is at the hands of a black woman who actually did the examination of the person in question, you know? And but then again, he would be able to know that, right? Wouldn't Sa-Neter know that? Wouldn't Cesariak know that? I mean, where's their paperwork? They talked about it. He said all kinds of stuff. He gave his version of the events. So where's the paperwork to prove it? Sounds to me like he was flat out lying to people.
I wouldn't be surprised, you know, because it's easy to substantiate what you say and document what we say. But, you know, even when it comes to so-called to history, this dude makes up records. You know, I mean, we heard him talking about attestation of Moses and Mary. I mean, the hieroglyphic. So you know, somebody's gonna lie about history when it comes to his family member, his cousin, being found guilty in a court of law for child molestation. No wonder he will most likely lie. But it's true. We're polite. We know the age of the victim, the alleged victim, as some others will say. We know Polite's age. We don't know how old the dude was, because with the other guy who was found guilty of rape and statutory rape and involuntary sexual deviant intercourse, we know the age difference. And in that case, it'd be interesting, like if, let's say, the girl's like 10 years old, like was he 12 when he did that? Or was he already an adult? You know what I'm saying?
And guess what? Again, if he was 12, don't you think they'd be saying that as a defense? Yeah, he was young.
Yeah,
He was young.
I think they would say, yeah,
But
he
that's
was only
not
2
what he
years.
said. He didn't say that at all.
He didn't say
No,
that.
didn't say it at all. So,
And
of course-
apparently he's still in jail, so it looks like he got a mighty long sentence. So you know, somebody that's innocent is gonna get a mighty long sentence. I mean, it's not the civil rights era, you know.
Well, I put it to you like this: who's to say it wasn't a 6-year-old girl playing with dolls, with baby dolls, that he raped? Who's to say that it wasn't? Right now, no one is to say that it wasn't, because the moment you say it wasn't, you got to provide the paperwork. So I don't think they'll be saying the girl wasn't 6. I don't think they'll be saying that. I don't think they'll be saying something like the girl wasn't 7. I don't think they'll be saying anything, Shaka, to be honest with you. Because the moment they do, they got to provide the paperwork. And I think this is another lesson. When you get too many people that find this behavior normal together on the same panels, they slowly make everybody numb to rape, to where they don't even ask logical questions about rape anymore. It just becomes normalized. And then next thing you know, it is your little 6-year-old girl that's getting raped. Why? Because none of the community asks any questions. They're all numb to it. They're all so busy saying, hey, you don't understand. It's about the money. You're messing up the money. They're thinking about everything else and don't even realize a little girl that's young enough to play with baby dolls could actually be the victim.
But then we
And
hear,
that- Shaka,
the
and
hymen
guess
was
what?
intact. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and all the priests from Kemet, all the Israelites representing God, the true God, and all the Black Power folks didn't give a shit.
Yeah. You know, Garfield doesn't care. Butler Reggie doesn't care. And yeah, we are told the hymen was intact, you know, as if, you know, there's no sodomy charge, as if there's no, you know, act that has to do with mouth or fellatio, you know. I mean, we don't do you think they would say, well, you know, she performed oral sex on the dude willingly? Like she woke up in the morning and it's like, you know, uncle, you know, let me give you a treat. That's unlikely. So if he was that, then, you know, he would have asked. But how come nobody pulls up any paper? How come we don't know the age of the girl, the age of the guy? Sister Andrea Burnett, feel free to speak.
No, I was gonna when you guys were talking saying just now about, you know, people of God, well, that's the same thing with Christians, right? That's the reason why a lot of them voted for Trump, right? They don't take their Bible at face value. You know, they all say, well, we forgive him. Well, you can't forgive what he didn't do to you. You can't do that. They think there's just this somebody can just come and do this blanket forgiveness and it's supposed to cover everybody. No. I know they want to use the scripture that says love covers a multitude of faults. Yeah, unless it's done to you, right? So you know, it's the same stuff. In those communities, they don't want to see reality for what it is. It's easy to hide behind the religion and say, well, God did this and the devil did that, because it takes that accountability and responsibility away from the person that actually did it. I mean, and Donald Trump just kept going on and on, even about that woman, even as he was in the trial was going on, he's still talking all his trash, you know. And I'm sure they heard him saying all that stuff when he was in Scotland and every place else that he was. When he came back to America, he kept it up. I mean, I don't know where he thought he was not gonna, that something wasn't gonna be done at some point, right? I mean, he was defaming her the whole time. He didn't stop, and so he, finally caught up with him. And we need to stop all this, quick to forgive and all this other kind of stuff, because it's easy to do that when it's not somebody, it's not you or somebody It's easy to do that. So
And that
that's my take on.
That makes me think of the Cardi B and Tasha K situation, because I saw an interview of a lawyer. I did see him before on YouTube, and he was explaining that Cardi B had reached out to Tasha K several times to ask her to remove, the defamation, and Tasha K wouldn't. The lawyer said that there was 3 cease and desist letters sent. Because Kabi was trying to resolve the matter, woman to woman. You don't have to go there, but Tasha K, she was being stubborn with it. And during the trial, the lawyer said that he was sitting in front row. He said that they asked Tasha K, "You said that, right?" "Yeah." "And you knew you were lying to your audience?" And she said, "Yeah, I was lying to my audience." She did that willingly for money. And it makes me think of the Chris Next dude, the newest HOK House of Conscious Mess recruit, who's on his way out anyway, who revealed, who shared some information about JJ 7000's domestic abuse case in exchange for money. And that was revealed by the brother Killer B, the witch finder general. So if he cared about a woman, or maybe he didn't even care about the woman being beaten, he was just his quote unquote initiation, to give the information to Sinetta, so that Sinetta can make a whole live stream about the situation. Garfield made a whole live stream about the TMH dude's situation as well. He labeled him a rapist. So why would Chris share this information about domestic abuse, but not talk about the age of the girl that the ISUPK member, the Zayak's cousin, was found guilty of molesting? How come out of all these HOK New York guys, we never heard how old the girl was? Maybe she's so young that it would be a horrible look, because people are already shocked hearing about the girl that Polite was accused of sexually abusing, being 14-year-old. And in that other case, the ISUPK dude who receives money and who is supported by the ISUPK and supported by Chris also, maybe the age is even twice that amount. Maybe the girl is so young, people are not even ready or prepared to hear.
Yeah.
So,
I'm curious. I would like to know how old the girl was.
There are cases out there like that.
There are cases out there like that, yeah. I would like to know how old the girl was, how old the guy was, what was the prison sentence, and if there's any court summary, if there's some court transcript. Yeah, I'm interested. Because I don't think that, a girl that's under 10 years old would just perform fellatio or tell a grown man, okay, just, put it in my butt just for the sake of it. I don't think they have that type of things in their mind at that age.
And is Tazariak's description of, it was tried once and then it was a hung jury and whatever he said, blah, blah, blah. Is that anywhere close to an accurate description? Will you find anything close to like that in the actual court records? Or if you see the court records, would it actually look like Tazariak openly lied to people and misled people about it?
Well, a hung jury
giving people a
means the
false
case is
impression.
canceled, right? And that right? A hung jury means the case is canceled. I mean, there's no verdict. Maybe they would do a retrial. The brother's on mute, but
Was it a hung jury, or was it an appeal he's talking about.
Well, he said hung jury, didn't he?
Yeah, hung jury's
Yeah.
not an appeal.
Well, that's not an appeal.
No.
I think some people are hiding something very, very vicious from us, you know.
Because if you listen to what he say, you can already hear that, wait a second, something don't sound right here. But, you know, I would say that's true. Something don't sound right.
Yeah. I mean, it was all good to do the press conference and talk about Africa Bambaataa. You know, it was all good. It was all good to talk about Malachi York and tell Polite that he has a father who is a child molester.
I wonder if Polite knows the age of the victim.
I wonder as well. He may know. He may know. He may be waiting for the outcome, and you know, if he doesn't receive money either, he may be like, "Oh, it's like that," and he might go the Nicky Barnes route. But Chris said, "You don't know the specifics of the case." That's what he said addressing me. So, does he know the specifics of the case?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Can at least once in his lifetime, can he not be a biatch for once in his lifetime and tell us the specifics of the case, or at least the age of the girl? Does that biatch Chris, MVP Harris, know the age of the girl since he was capping for the dude? Since he was capping, he already involved himself by being a biatch. That dude dissed Garfield for less than that. That dude called me about a month ago ready to go in on Sarnetta for less than that. We may find out why he's capping like that. I mean, there's liking them young and liking them very young. Now, we already know that 15, 14, to some of those cats, that's liking them young. So what would be liking them very young? How young would that be? How long was a prison sentence? How old was the dude? What was the age difference? Was it 5 years? Was it 10 years? Was it 20 years? Like, is it possible that the girl was 10 years old and the dude was 30 years old? Dang, that's a big age difference.
It happens.
Oh man, we'll find out. Let me share this. We lost Sister Andrea Bennett, but feel free to come back now. Texas Bama wrote, psychopaths can pass a lie detector or anyone else who lacks emotion. But you know, I heard it's not admissible in a court of law for penal cases. You know, it doesn't make a difference. You know, this is a weak talking point. You know what I'm saying?
How many criminal cases can you draw the records from where it talks about somebody took a lie detector test?
and check this out, Bennett. Can you imagine somebody who's raping a child, or sexually abuse a child? You know, because the hymen may be intact, but it may be some sort of some other sexual acts, and they found DNA. Can you imagine the lawyer of the dude said, "But he passed the lie detector test. I know this DNA, but he passed the lie detector test, so you must have quit."
Yeah, man.
Was there any DNA found in that case? In that case of the ISUPK dude and
That's
that
a good
young
question.
girl? Was there any DNA found, or did they just send him to jail? You know, out of a conspiracy because they don't like the Hebrew Israelites, so they figure, you know what? Let's hit them with the child molester, sexual abuse thing. What's the qualification of the charge that he was found guilty of? And we know it's child molestation, but no, specifically, what is it? I'm wondering, you know. I mean, you know, if you would have said there was no DNA evidence, I'm like, oh, okay, He didn't say there was no DNA evidence. He was quick to say he passed a lie detector test. But how come, since he was defending the dude who is part of his organization and that he's sending money to, how come he didn't say there was no DNA evidence? So most likely, chances are that there is some DNA evidence, just like with Polite. I mean, people say that there's some DNA evidence, so we will find out. He's gonna have his day in court in less than 2 months.
And was there an eyewitness?
Yeah, was there an eyewitness? Was there a witness? Did somebody see or hear something?
Did the guy get caught in the act?
Yeah, did he get caught in the act? Where's the court transcript? Where's the court summary? Why is Chris Next, the biatch, capping so much for that? We'll find out. We may find out. It depends on the people. It depends. You know, sadly, some people, they're going to be capping. And like it was suggested earlier, they're going to have a family member who's going to get raped by one of those guys. And then they're going to speak. Then they're going to speak. Now, this is something that I came across. It's only 59 seconds long.
Who I see here? I'm just looking through Walmart and just see my baby daddy and my son here. Hey, baby.
What's going on?
What y'all doing?
Shopping.
What you mean shopping?
Buying my kids some. What you want?
Why
What
you
recording
here
for?
buying kids clothes?
What you mean? Why I'm here?
Why is you here in Walmart buying my son clothes?
What you talking about? What you
What you
mean?
mean?
He
Baby.
need clothes. I'm buying him whatever the fuck he need. What you
want
mean?
these clothes here? You
Yo,
do?
man. She tripping
Michael,
out.
come on now.
Don't force it, folks. So my mama,
Why
don't
would you
force
buy
it in
his
front of my
clothes
son,
from
folks. Don't force it, folks.
But then look what you
I
wear.
ain't trying to hear none of
This
that
is
shit,
shit you
folks.
got
My
on,
mama-
all name
I
brand.
ain't trying to hear none
And
of that
you
shit,
got the
folks.
nerve to
I'ma
come to
get my son whatever
Walmart
he need.
buying shirts that
See
not
how your
even
mama over there
$5.
tripping, man. You got shit fucked up, man. Watch out.
Want to be cheap for the kids though.
I ain't trying to hear none of that
Type
shit.
of shit is
Watch
that?
out, man.
Come on, baby. Come
Hell
on, mama.
nah. Watch out. I'm gonna get my son whatever the fuck he want. On Walmart, don't matter where we at.
But you do you buy your shit from here?
Yeah, I get
You
clothes
ain't
from here,
got
too.
shit from Walmart
I
from
get
head to
shit from here
toe.
too, man. Come on, man. She
Not
tripping,
nothing.
man.
This is horrible. It doesn't look like a skit, like a sketch. All those women who try to emasculate men. The dude is being a father to his child. The child is young, doesn't need any expensive clothing, doesn't need any designer clothes and brand names. The funny thing is that when the mother asks the child, do you want these? The child nodded his head. Yeah, he wants this. Why would you humiliate the father of the child, whether she is still in a relationship with him or not? We have to do better, man. That stuff is so messed up. And I'm really speaking about it because just a few days before, I saw another video that I will play. And it's a woman shaming her dude. She talks about, it's the first time that they're flying together, that he takes her on a trip. But he didn't get some first class tickets, man. You have to see these things to believe it. Let me play it.
This our first trip together. This our first trip together. Hey, everybody in first class. I thought he was getting us first class tickets, but he lied. Well, we all the way at 30 AP. But at least it's our first trip. He trying. Look at him.
In those two instances, there was some black woman who did that, man.
But Shaka, I don't know. I guess I'm at the age where I'm just like, why would he subject himself to that? I mean, some guys like abuse, man, and some people just start to take it slick in a sly, slow manner where they don't realize it's abuse, maybe. But like I was saying,
it is abuse. It is public
abuse.
humiliation, particularly in the second case, because in the first case there wasn't really that many people around, but that second case, we hear everybody laughing. It's so humiliating. That dude spent his money. for them to go somewhere. And he was caught off guard. He was caught off guard. When you're in a moment, you don't expect it. What can you do? But there's many women who complain, like for my son, all this legal battle that I went through to get to see my son. When I will, tell my workmates about it, or all the people that I don't work with. There's many women who have children and the father is not in the life of their children. And they would tell me, man, dang, father of my children or the father of my child is not in his life. You want to be in your son's life, and she's not letting you be in your son's life. Warning comes before destruction. You got to peep it. Those guys, man, I feel sorry for them. And at some point, if you get humiliated publicly by your partner, you may want to reconsider, because who knows what happens behind closed doors in the house. But when people are so comfortable to humiliate you publicly, after you've done something good, it's not like the dude's cheated on them or something.
Hey, Shaka, if I heard anything like that, even in the slightest, I may not say anything. It would just, it wouldn't reoccur, because I wouldn't seek to communicate with the person anymore. I would just know, okay, this person, something's wrong with them. And, because sometimes when you back up from people, then they want to fight you too. So I learned to just be like, kind of put, if it's something I don't like, put it down, but I don't have to explain. I don't owe anybody an explanation. I don't owe a crazy person or a person who's emotionally out of bounds. I don't owe them an explanation. The first thing I owe is my own peace, because I still have other responsibilities to take care of. I still need to wake up in the morning feeling good. I still need to get my peace time at home. I still need to do all the other things that make me a whole person, and I don't need to waste time with those things. So, I wish I hope that brother learns the difference between healthy and toxic. But back to the mother humiliating the father, children only have one childhood. Once that childhood is over, they don't get a second chance at it. So parents need to really respect that and put themselves second, whatever their emotions are and their feelings are about their spouse or their ex. They need to put that second or third. They need to man up and woman up and just recognize that when you choose to have a child, that's the choice you made.
Even if they didn't choose, because sometimes it happens, it's unexpected.
But today you choose. You pretty much choose. I don't want to. Yeah, that's true. I see what you mean. It's some, but I just mean you choose. You make your choices. If you choose to lay down with somebody,
yep,
then and then you also have the choice. Yeah, you have the choice to abort. Also, that may not be within your morals, but you have that choice too.
Yeah.
Then you pretty much choosing, and young women, adults, men just need to understand that that's what comes with it, because you make that choice. Otherwise, don't lay down with somebody. Pick better. But that's not always going to be the case, man. But people should look into that, though. I mean, look into why you want to be with somebody. A lot of times people are in misery and they need somebody else. They need to be with somebody else before they're a whole person themselves, man. And then they end up picking somebody that needs to be with somebody too. But once y'all are together, then the bad shit starts happening.
Yep. And like you said, there's healthy relationships and toxic relationships. And what we have seen is some example of some toxic behavior. Texas Bama wrote, I wish my children's father would buy them some clothes. And they all have the same daddy.
Facts. Clothes. Kids just need clothes. they're going to rip them up. They're going to play in them. They're going to get dirty. Therefore, being kids, they're not for sitting back and have your kid looking at other kids talking about the designer mark and, you know, whose clothes are better. I mean, it's just stupid. You know?
And actually, yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, and and it's also an experience that you got to respect. I mean, when the child is out with the other parent, then they're doing these activities together. It's their activity. So leave them in peace, because it's like a spiritual bond happening too. The father's with his child and he's buying the child some clothes, and the child is saying, Daddy, thank you. I'm glad my daddy is buying me some clothes. My daddy's a good man. Simple.
Yes, and there's a controversy that's been going on for maybe a week or so. A lady who said that she wouldn't date a bus driver. It was a black woman, though. And I'm like, dang. At some point, I'm thinking, even if you think that, it's not that helpful to say it, because, you know, we have those ladies who like to say, oh, I wouldn't date a guy that earns less than me. And I know somebody that, you know, I really considered like a sister, you know what I'm saying? And she told me that. And I told her, man, I don't recognize you, because I think I talked about this before. I will give her examples of annual salaries. And I was going up for the sake of examples. Okay, what if he earns like, you know, you earn $2 million a year and he earns $1 million a year? You wouldn't be with him? You wouldn't date him? She said no. I said, what? You know, and I would go up like, what if you earn $10 million and he earns $9 million? You wouldn't date him? Now, the irony is that later on, she wasn't following that standard at all. You know, I don't want to go into details, you know, but she really wasn't following that standard at all. But that mentality, to me, is a gold digger mentality, you know. But
it's like projection too. It's like, you know, just because you say you wouldn't, what does that mean? You know, it's like, I wouldn't date anybody who did this. It's like, that doesn't mean I believe you. Just because you say it, you know, the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah. Now here, that's another topic as well. But I came across it. You can find a video on the Breakfast Club. You know about the copyright issues. I'm going to share the link in the chat and I'm going to listen. It's going to be very brief. We are in a climate and people denigrate anything that has to do with Africa. Like the xenophobic Butler Reggie, xenophobic Butler Bobby Banger, formerly known as Ankh. Really the xenophobic Amin Ra squad, and that's why I distanced myself from them. I disassociated myself from them because they used to allow, teach, and defend that Africans are living a jungle life and Africans are not civilized. You know, I couldn't rock with that. So you see the title, Throwback, BS degree equals African history, according to Asiatic Black Man PhD. And who is that PhD? Let's find out. Now here for the record, it says, Wesley Muhammad, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, the coward who challenged Shaka Ndugu Kemet back in 2013 only to back down out of fear, is still on his anti-African tip like most Asiatic black men. He has simulated African history degrees as Bush degrees. Now, I was surprised when I saw the date 2013 because I would have thought that he challenged me in 2011, but hey, you know, that's a decade ago, so I may be off with 1 year or two. But, you know, we could go into specifics. I surely, you know, must have the screen print when he challenged me publicly on Facebook. So, nevertheless, let's listen to him.
You need more education to get into work.
Some kids say today that they don't feel like they need college because they see people that are successful that never pursued higher education.
And that's true. Everybody doesn't need college. And the fact of the matter is, most of us in college are pursuing BS degrees. BS as in bull s degrees. I mean, because we're pursuing fields that aren't practical.
Let's talk about it. What are some of those degrees that people are pushing towards that you
Okay,
feel are
well,
BS?
I folks will get mad at me.
Let them get mad.
But 4 years, $80,000 for an African history degree, that's not practical. We can get African history, can get knowledge of self without incurring the debt,
Right,
the
of $80,000,
stifling
right.
debt that college education imposes on us.
So that was Dr. Wisdom Muhammad, PhD in Near Eastern Studies. He likes to say Islamic studies, but now he says that Africana studies is not practical. Near Eastern studies is practical then? Why? Why would Near Eastern studies or Islamic studies be practical but not Africana studies? His disdain for things African is deeply rooted. I have him on tape saying Afrocan, Afrocentrics. He made the word play. Afrocan, C-O-S, not African. Afrocan, C-O-N, and Afrocentrics, tricks. My mind's playing tricks on me. That's a trick. You tricked me. He got some heat for saying ghetto scholarship. But then he tried to say, no, I was talking about ghetto scholars. I mean, maybe it's the other way around. That he said ghetto scholars, and then people, not happy. Then he said, no, I was talking about ghetto scholarship.
It's a political agenda. It's a political agenda.
And the funny thing is that he said you can get knowledge. Hold on. He said you can get knowledge of self. What is the knowledge of self? For example, you have that 3 minutes self-hate teaching that Farrakhan has articulated, talking about black people are marked, disfigured, and that our phenotype is the essence of ugliness. But go ahead, Bennett.
Well, I mean, why would you go out of your way and be so bothered that African Americans have some connection to Africa? Why would that bother you? Historically, or religiously, or anyway, in any type of way, if you were taken and brought to another place, why would that bother you so much? That's how you know it's political. Somebody doesn't want you taking interest in your own history, in your own heritage, where you came from, what you lost, the people you were taken from, the land you were taken from, the language you were taken from. They don't even want you taking one trip to see who that is, what they look like, just for observation purposes. They are against that. And that's just political. Anytime you try to control people from taking an act that might bring them together with other people, and you stand against that, that's political. It's no different than than anything else that goes on day to day in America between Republicans and Democrats, or the U.S. government supporting other democratic nations, or communists supporting Marxist countries. Any of this stuff, all that stuff is political, because they know if you make this kind of connection, then something economic, something social, something political comes out of that connection. So what do? They start degrading it to get people to stop doing it, because they don't want something to come out of that connection. It's just that simple. And people get caught up on what they say, but it doesn't matter what they say. What matters is that they're saying something to stop you from doing that. That's all it means. That's all I get out of it, man. It's pathetic. But then again, they're allowed to link up with any Asiatics you want any day of the week and praise them like God, praise them like your savior, praise them like your brother, your cousin, praise them like your ancestor. That's okay though.
Yeah, like the Moorish dude who's praising Ibn Khaldun, someone who made some of the most anti-black statements known
Although,
to humankind.
although that person in real life would look at Samir Bey as an idiot, a buffoon, a monkey.
Well, some clowns, even all the way to UK, consider him some sort of teacher. So there's a reality that we cannot expect. There's a reality that we cannot escape, is that some people are really dumb. Really dumb. Now here, we talked about the term Negro, and we had Cuban Crisis, who is basically of Cuban descent, and he knows some Spanish. And I asked him about the term Negro. Is it true? Like I was told by a Spanish teacher, Spanish language teacher. She was not Spanish herself, but she was teaching Spanish. She was dating a childhood friend of mine, and she told me that that term can be used even for non-black people. I mean, in the vernacular, and I think she gave me the example like negrita. You see, here, that's from the movie Blood In, Blood Out, Blood In, Blood Out, or Sangre por Sangre in English. So Paco, that's Paco in the movie. And it says at the bottom, El Gallo Negro. Now I've looked up gallo, and it translates as rooster. So if we translate that in English, it will give us the black rooster. Now, why am I talking about this? Because we hear that in the movie. If you look at the last scene, as they are looking at the painting, really the last scene, just before the end credits, Paco's brother, I think it's called Crucito in the movie. He says that, talking about his brother, El Gallo Negro. Paco used to be a boxer. I think he was Golden Gloves or something, but he was a boxer before in the past, But that's in the movie, That's in the movie. So that's another evidence that this term, could ultimately be used for non-blacks. Now, when will be the question? Is it something that they have always done? Maybe not. Maybe it's the case, like we have seen from some British royalty. We've seen two people described as black. We had the Edward the Black Prince, the Prince of Wales, and then we had, I think, the son of Edward II, you see. Ching Ching has joined us. What's up, brother? Ching Ching, how you doing?
What's up, brother? What's up, Bennett?
What's up, Ching Ching? You good?
Yeah, chilling. It's cooling like the other side of the pillow. That's all.
Hey, Ching Ching, we were wondering, brother. The ISUPK guy who went to prison for child molestation. Apparently, he's still in prison. It looks like he got a mighty long sentence.
Right.
Now, the BH Chrisnex revealed to the world that it is Josiah's cousin, and we were wondering, how come they never talked about the age of the girl? We were just wondering, how come people don't tell us how old the girl was? Because it's polite. We know the girl was 14.
You already know, Shaka. Stop wrecking your brain and thinking it's not something your gut is telling you. With me, Bennett, Young Hebrew is telling you. It is what it is, Shaka. They crooked people, they corrupt, they lying on the internet because you can lie on here. As you seen, Smash Rockwell did a channel yesterday with they was bringing out the scammers and they named Polite. So JJ got on there and said, what about Garfield? And they tried to throw it, like take up for Garfield when he scammed people with the Z Black credit card, and he was scamming the whole community too. Like these guys, they just don't like to admit to nothing because they don't want to lose this crowd. I guess it's like a drug or high or something that they get off these fake people that's watching them and liking them. If you look at it, Shaka, look at all their behaviors that me and you and Bennett and Young Hebrew, we pick on. You got Captain Tazariak got the same behavior as Son Netta. Son Netta got the same behavior as Garfield. Sabir Bey. All these guys have the same behavior, and they have the same answers to your questions when you ask them something. They don't want to ask nothing when all we doing is asking you questions and playing with y'all saying out y'all mouth because y'all talk so much on the internet. Like Sabir Bay was on the internet, did a stream yesterday crying, saying he about to be done with black people because they not supporting him. Because the dude shot, he keep going to the law library. One person buys Zoom from him for $100. He want to go to a law library and charge a person each person $125 to $250 just to get a Zoom. And look at him in the law library, like, what is wrong with these people? Like, and then he gets mad and say he's not. Yesterday he said he gonna go deal with Europeans because they pay the most. But you ain't gonna talk that same way to Europeans because they ain't gonna be trying to hear what you trying to hear, because the only hustle is off of Black Americans, which they know people are vulnerable. People was looking for identity back, and that's the only people they can make money off of. Everybody else, they don't try that with. You know what I'm saying? It's a tactic that all of them was using in the 90s. They used it, and it got washed up when the internet came by and COVID. Everybody started waking up once they got on the internet. Like, these guys is just crazy, man. And I don't see how people don't. And it's sad because it's grown people that's really in these dudes chat and talking about, yeah, we Arabs, yeah, we descendants of Moors, we got Moors blood. Now, if Sabir Bey said he started his career out as a Sunni Muslim, and he said before his grandmother told him they was Moors, but they couldn't talk about it. If you started studying Sunni Muslim first, why you ain't just as a kid knew you was a Moor? You know what I'm saying? Like, why you had to Taj had to teach you about a Moor? Like I said, these dudes, like, they repeat themselves and lie so much. It's a shame. And I see what he doing. He uses vulnerable people and make his point like he was trying to do with you. That's why I told you he was trying to keep you calm because he was going to explode. As soon as you was saying black or you was telling him we ain't more, it's like, come on, man. Y'all know. Then I was trying to look up Shaka. He say in 1774 in Philadelphia, Black Americans, African American, whatever you want to say, was stripped of our nationalities. Now, when I do some research, I just see a Moor saying it. I don't see no good paperwork of saying where they really stripped us of our nationality. And another thing I wanted to ask you and Reed Bennett, the Dred Scott case, he on there really saying, Shaka, that it was never overturned. He's saying we are property to this day. Black Americans are property to this day. The Dred Scott case is this and that. But when you ask him questions of it, he don't never want to answer. So he using an agenda from back in the 1700s. Yeah, I mean, the case, which he don't never say was overturned. He just keeps saying, no, if Africans came here from Africa, y'all still property. Y'all can't own no land. Y'all can't own nothing. So I'm saying, so after the Civil War, when everything was going on there for all that stuff, how did the black people get in office and Congress and all that? You feel me? Like, this guy, man.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, his day coming.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all because
it was overturned by the 13th and 14th Amendment.
Thank you, B. Bennett. He says, guess what he said, Bennett? Go to the 14th Amendment. He said, the definition alien or something, and it don't mean. He say the 14th Amendment gave us a partial citizen. Like, this guy is. The information so old and they frustrated because people now realizing it. That's why he don't get that much support. He over there whining about cats and money, and he telling people don't support him, but all he talk about is Tyreek and Umar all day long. Like, this guy is crazy.
The law is also precedent behind the law. So when you make a law, then it's also the precedent, how you practice, how the law is practiced in the court, right? Through the courts and the legal system. So the precedent has already been established that it overturned it. That's why you voting.
Right. Right, because you even know
they won't go back. They can't go against that. Go back. That would be overturning 100 years of law.
Exactly. They ain't even let their own European women vote back then. That for a minute.
Exactly.
They didn't even let their own women vote. So he's trying. I see what they doing, Bennett and Shaka, because it was good for the 90s by a lot of Black Americans was lost and they had the internet and you couldn't read or get the information that these Moors and all these conscious people was getting. So what they was doing, they was pushing European Southern laws for back from like the 1700s. Yeah, yup, and using them in the 90s and saying it's still active to the day, and they was making people feel vulnerable. That's why they had a lot of, if you notice, they had a big Moorish movement in the 90s because they was using that same tactic. You feel me? They was using, oh, you ain't nothing, you still property. So once you come over and get your nationality, but like Shaka told Sabir, which he lied. Shaka said, show me your passport. What it say on your passport? He's showing his crowd a piece of paper where he just wrote American Moor on there and say he used that to fly all over the country. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
I mean, you don't need, unless there's been some changes, you know, following 9/11. But to my understanding, to fly domestically within the country, you don't need a passport. That's what. You know, maybe I was wrong, but you know, I mean, have you heard?
Need a state ID, up to date state ID.
There it is. You know what I'm saying? So, now when you say state ID, would a driver's license count as that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. But there it is. So you know, him claiming that he's flying throughout the country with that so-called Moorish document. You know, I'm like, hey, man, they're good with technology, man. Conscious community people. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Ching Ching.
Yes, you right, Shaka. Like when me and you was listening to it and it makes your head hurt. It really makes your head hurt. And then once if for people to first get into it and they thinking it's knowledge, okay, everybody got knowledge. That's why I was telling y'all, I never really got into that type of stuff. I use my eyes for knowledge, and I use my ears. Like when I go outside, I learn from different things I see, not only reading out a book, because you'll get so delusional by reading all them books. Once you get out in the real world, you're going to be lost. You're going to be getting taken advantage of. You ain't going to know what's going on. So it's good to do both. But he's saying J.A. Roger book is a fact. Like the what's the one book called Black Skin, White Mask?
That's Frantz Fanon. You know,
yeah, Frantz Fanon. He's saying
he was French, by the way. You know, he was.
Yeah,
French.
he's saying since the one dude told him that was celebrity, that Frantz Fanon said everything he said in his book is right. I said, brother, I can write a book right now and make up a whole bunch of lies, and a few years down the road, somebody could be saying it's truth for their agenda. Like, come on, man, just stop it. If you need some money, get your ass up and go to work or something. You know what I mean? That's what one person on the panel told him. He got mad. They was like, they told him, get off YouTube, take your ass to work. You using YouTube as your only income, and then you flipping out on people. So he was dug in 19 Keys. So he flew to Philly because he knew 19 Keys was going to be in Philly. He was calling 19 Keys a scammer, that these guys do this and that, but now he up there like, yeah, 19 Keys, I respect him. He a real dude because he let me talk on there. I'm going to bring my flag. I'm going to dust my feds off. That's how you know the Moorish movement is over with. He said he got to dust his feds off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He talking about Son Netta called me, and Son Netta, he over there trying to play a 2-year-old video on the dude Yara because they beefing. Son Netta that man is a straight snake, boy. He know how to swindle his crowd for real.
Well, you know, I saw the title, and you know, it was dealing with Yara, but they always do that. They beef, then they make up and they beef. You know what I'm saying? You know, but hey, Yara is a pseudo clown as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we going one Saturday Shaka. We just going to do a whole show on. We going to say scammers of the community, conscious community. We going to go through each video with Polite. When Son Netta scam, Garfield, Nature Boy, Young Pharaoh, Sabir, all these dudes been scamming for years, and they come from Son Netta. Because they know what they doing, man. They ain't stupid.
But you know, actually, I almost forgot. And now you use the word scamming. I remember that, you know, I was looking for the part where JJ came on. And I mean, he used his lines then. So I'm going to play to see, because I would like to hear JJ 7000 mentioning Garfield and them capping for Garfield. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, smash what I was capping for him.
Yeah, because once again, I want to show something to the people. First of all, that Franz Fanon, he was was a black man, but he was French. His nationality was French, from Martinique. It's in the West Indies or Caribbean, but it is a French territory. So they wouldn't call him
Yeah, I know
French.
that.
But here, like I have shown. Well, first of all, that this one here, in my video, Allah Hieroglyph Hoax, it's also known as Allah is not in Nubia Temple of Ptah. This guy left that comment just today, and he wrote, "It's not a hoax. You Negroes born from civil rights movement will." Okay, let me put the full thing. So he said, "You Negroes," I mean, obviously he misspelled it. "Born from civil rights movement will do anything your Jewish, Catholic, and Protestant slave masters bully you to do. Dumb N-words don't know nothing about Egypt." So I only put that up and I wrote, somebody needs to get his crackhead uncle of the internet.
That's
And I give the link to
crazy.
the video. So this guy
That's
think that, the glyph that means Allah is not a hoax. I mean, you have some dumb people, but that guy doesn't have any content, and, usually it's anonymous, unidentified people who are the most
and
thorough with
and
the Twitter fingers. Yes, go ahead, brother.
and Bennett, I swear, V Bennett, I go around the internet, man, and it's so sad. Like they really owe us a lot of money because every topic, every content is about Black Americans. Every content, everything they talk about is either bad about us or what we done went through. I'm like, God, they don't got no content about nothing else. Like, what is it? Like, they hate us that much, and we've been the ones that went through the most, and just sat back and let people join this, and we accept people. Like, come on, man, it's sad.
It
Yeah,
is
that's
sad.
not.
It's not progressive.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
There's
progressive. They're
there's
taking
nothing useful about it, pretty much. And the thing about it is, there's a lot of current events going on that affect all of us. I mean, globally, and yet you don't
Yup.
ever hear them talking about none of it. It's almost like we're not connected to any of it. Like none of it's going to have any effect on us, when it is going to have an effect on us. We are connected to these things, just as much as anybody else. And that's what's so sad. I mean, also one of the things you hear these people talking about, like when they talking about this Moorish stuff, they act like it's not wars going on right now in Africa over the same damn things. Right now, the Sudan shit is connected to
Right.
this old stuff that happened, right back then with the Moors.
But that's
It's
how
still
they get
connected to it.
that's how they get their money, Bennett, because they gotta say our names and do this and slander and do that. This one Polite, I guess he was trying to sell them cargo miniums, and they was talking about it.
But the funny thing is that indeed those people have been taking advantage of Black folks, and we could have gained so much. We could have come up with some economy, with some businesses, with some non-profit organization. We could have had some buildings, but those guys, what I'm saying. And if at least they're teaching the truth, I don't mind them making a living out of it. But they've been teaching
Right.
foolishness and fictional stories and fairy tales and
You know
hoaxes
what?
for the most part. But hold on. You see, you mentioned, V. Bennett, the situation in Sudan today. Yesterday, I have a colleague of mine, and he is actually from the Sudan, or Chad maybe, but he's bordering Sudan. But I think he's from the Sudan. And I told him, oh, it's like it's hot over there now in Sudan. He said, yeah, and then he said, yeah, but these are imperialism, and then he said the US, the
These
USA.
guys, they're such liars, man. They're such
But
liars.
this is a conflict between two generals. What I'm saying, two generals of the obviously of the Sudanese army. But it's so funny because usually when people are Muslims, a lot of time when there's a conflict, they will say it's America or it's Israel that's behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, and they total liars, dude. They're total liars. But they totally manipulating. The U.S. doesn't play its hand first. It plays its hand last after everybody else played their hand. And that's how they maintain their power. So you're going to see people start fighting first. And then the U.S. is waiting for their turn to come in right after y'all got tired and depleted. And you're in a situation where you can't do much else, and you're going to need somebody to bail you out either side. Then they're going to play their hand. After the other superpowers then played their hand, The U.S. going to play their hand last. So what's going on in Sudan is that the two generals, they agreed on a civil leader. They agreed on it. They agreed on a civil leader, right? And that civil leader was supposed to bring in new elections. And all of a sudden they changed their mind. Why? Because they have this spooked out idea that the same civil leader they agreed upon is connected or has ties with the U.S. So now they're going to fight again, right? But the reality is that, okay, who's selling the weapons? Who's buying the oil from Sudan? These are the people that's responsible for what's going on in there. So who's buying the oil? It ain't the U.S. buying the oil out of Sudan.
Yeah, I
right?
don't see them buying oil from the Sudan.
They're
You know,
not. It's
they
China.
have the greatest relations.
Who's selling the weapons? Who's getting all the weapons to them? And you know what's so funny is that it's so similar because you saw where they had the meeting. The two generals had to fly to Saudi Arabia. Well, we was talking about the Moors yesterday. Who was in charge of that Moorish or that Sunni invasion into Northern Africa? It's the same one. That's why I said I apologize. It wasn't. I forgot the Ottomans came after them. The Ottomans outflanked the Sunnis. They outflanked Saudi Arabia, the Meccans, the Quraysh caliphates. They outflanked them later after they invaded Spain. You know, but it's actually the Moors were Sunnis. They coming out of the leadership was in Mecca. And right now, you see, so there's a lot of things going on. And these guys, they keep telling our people the same thing over and over whenever you hear this stuff. It's the same thing. The sister, this dude, what's his name? This 5% dude, I forget his name. I sent you the video, Shaka. He's talking about this black Cuban girl who was pointing out that African Americans, some of us, need to stop talking about Che Guevara and Fidel Castro because we don't really know. We don't know them. She was saying they were basically saviors, white saviors, coming from privileged families, right? But that they actually are oppressing people in Cuba too, doing the same type of stuff they said they were against, right? Check
with
this
this,
out.
go ahead.
But then she mentioned about, guess what? A lot of people forgot. They went into the Congo. They went into the
I
Congo.
think she's wrong there because Che Guevara did go to the Congo and he was, he wanted to help the people from the Congo to fight against the colonialist power, France/Belgium, and there's even video footage of that, so him coming from a privileged family, most likely he was indeed a medical doctor from what I understand. If I'm wrong, then I take that L, but he decided, to do the armed struggle. And now for Castro, something else. There's footage because there's a documentary about Che Guevara, and there's a footage where Che Guevara came back, to Cuba after some time abroad, and he would not even look at Fidel Castro in the eyes. They are both on stage, and then Fidel Castro is like, try to look at him, and several times you see Che, purposely not looking at him, not making eye contact. It is very obvious, and some people suspect that Castro may have had something to do with the killing of Che Guevara. But so I just wanted to put it out there. When he went to the Congo, he went to help the people to fight against the colonial powers. Now, if there's any evidence that says otherwise, I'm willing to see it, because she talked about some situation or some genocide that's happening, but it's like it's a case of anachronism. That thing was not happening when he was over there. Yeah.
No. That's true. I think what she was saying is that it's a byproduct of both groups. It's a byproduct of the Westerners and the Russians basically being in there vying for power, and then, but it is a controversial, it's a complex situation, but yeah, I mean, what I thought was a little weird though is that we talk about people every day. African Americans, we talk about people every day. We've been talking about Africa. We talk about South America. We talk about the Caribbean. And then when a black Cuban gets up and talks about her own leaders, then all of a sudden the guy got a problem with her. It's like, what? Like, why has he got a problem with her? Like, you don't live in Cuba. You don't have to live. Who was it I was talking about? Who's the brother? I forget his name, Shaka. Well, let me see. Kareem, right? Blitz. Kareem Blitz or something like that.
I don't even know that guy,
Yeah, Kareem.
Yeah, he another clown.
It's like he was jumped out the window for Che Guevara and all of this. Is like, okay, but this sister is from Cuba. She's talking about her own country. with these two leaders, and all she said was she warned African Americans about siding with communism, right? Essentially, right? And but look, when you look at it today, Uhuru movement, what they get caught up for with the FBI taking money from the Russians,
yeah.
right?
And I think
at the
I think
same
we should
time the
listen.
Russians was funneling money to who? The white supremacists. Same guy funneling money to both of them. So it's like, you know, and
The overall message, I think we should pay attention, you know, like beware of, you know, getting down with the communists, because the communists, you know, they don't have black people's interests at heart as a priority, you know. But ultimately, we realize that these movements that we've been following, including the Nation of Islam, there's been some outside influence and outside funding. You know what I'm saying? The Texas billionaire or millionaire Hunt. There's no concrete evidence, but we do have Elijah Muhammad, who stated that he received $3 million from Libya in the 70s, and then we have Khalid Abdul Muhammad, who said out of his own mouth that he got $5 million from Gaddafi again later on. So we know about $8 million on two separate occasions. That's what we know about. You know, who knows which other country may have given them money? You know what I'm saying? But here, let me just record that. Ching Ching, maybe you want to mute yourself because we hear like the TV or something. But here, thank you, brother. Here, just for the record, I didn't watch the live stream. I saw the title, so I went to do the screen print, and I wrote how ironic. Smash and Bobby Banger know damn well that Garfield Reed is a scammer, that they are protecting him, capping for him. Now let's see. Let's see if it's the part where we're gonna hear JJ7000 confronting them about Garfield. But you know, I haven't listened to the stream, so I don't know what we're gonna hear.
Yeah, boy. Well, really and truly, I'm not so familiar with him, but he have a, you know, trying to do his thing. Scamming.
I think he's ahead of his time, and y'all just ain't ready for him yet. But go ahead.
Who said that?
Oh, far ahead of his time.
Let's hear from you.
See, when he lay out some of that high intelligent information, it goes above y'all head. Like when he talk about the Anunnaki and things of that nature, it goes above your head. Y'all not ready for that. Y'all stuck in Kemet. Y'all stuck with the glyphs in Kemet. Just listen back, listen.
That's not true. That's not true, JJ.
Ask for my opinion. I'm gonna be quiet.
All right, no, I'm gonna let you finish. You got the floor. I want to hear more from you, but you got to explain how it goes over Ank's head when Ankh was a Nuwapian. Explain how it goes over my head when it was Zachariah Sitchin who.
For the record, for those who didn't know, Ankh was a Nuwapian. You know, he said it many times. I think, I'm not 100% sure. I think he lived on the land. When we say the land, that would be Tamaray. But don't quote me on that, you know.
Encouraged me to start reading the Metal Netter because of all of the BS he said in his books about the Anunnaki. So explain how it goes over our head.
When I say y'all, if the shoe don't fit, then you know you ain't gotta wear it, bro. See, I wasn't talking to you.
Okay, if you ain't talking about us, I understand. But we the only ones here to respond to your statement. So.
But I mean, me myself, I give people a chance to take information. I just don't knock it because I haven't, heard this before. This got to be pseudo. This can't just be. I don't look at it like that. I give all information a chance. That's me.
See, I would try to move forward a little bit, but the funny thing is that JJ, he used to be on Scam Cheddar's channel, and obviously he doesn't have any play over there, so now he goes on all these different platforms. He never used to be down over there, but anyway, he's free to go everywhere he wants. I'm just saying this for the record.
No, let me show you. I want your design. I'm trolling you a little bit, I'm just having.
Hey man, go ahead. Hey brother Sad, do you know Black Jesus Minister?
Chin, you wouldn't have the timestamp of when he confronted him about Garfield, would you?
I think you gotta go back a little bit. I don't know the time.
All right. Okay.
Well, I think it's about right there.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, you must be a different one. Okay.
But in regards to the,
Anytime somebody bring up the word Anunnaki,
I see it from like because
no,
it's bullshit. Yeah, a lot of black people don't really rock Jones.
Right.
So, like,
yeah, y'all praise what Garfield.
Face yourself, brothers and sisters.
You know what's crazy?
Wait. It's the part there. I think it's the part there because he said y'all praising Garfield. So let's get it. Please hold that thought, brother, if you been it.
The channel. How many, yo? It's black people, yo. And that's been my whole argument. You just pulled the card on everything, yo. You just analyzed it wrong, yo. And that's the point. The scammers in our community pick white scammers to follow. And the whole time they holler and scream about black power and black people. Let me slow it down because I'm in my car. I want you to hear this. That's been the whole goddamn point from day one. That people looking just like us, claiming black power, claiming black love, claiming black energy, claiming black education, bring scamming ass white people. They do it at the highest level to our fucking community.
Well, you gotta blame Garfield for that. He bringing all these white boys in the community, banging on black folks. I don't see y'all talking about that at all. Y'all see you talking about it now. Y'all praise.
Some of you may not be used to, the diction of JJ, but he said, I'm saying, let me translate that for you. Hold on.
All these white boys in the community banging on black folks. I don't see y'all talking about that at all.
He said, I don't see y'all talking about that at all. And indeed, Garfield Reed paid some people of European descent to go against black folks, like he has done with Chikari to go against Jabari. You know what I'm saying? So that's quite special. We're not accustomed to see that,
Y'all see you talking about it now. Y'all praise when Garfield bring the white boys in to bang on the Israelites. These goddamn scamming ass white boys. Don't say shit. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I feel like this.
No. Let me say thank you to my man real quick. Let me say thank you to my man Columbus real quick. JJ, one time. Oh, you got the floor real quick. I want to say thank you to my man Columbus for the cash app. You know what I'm saying? We need to get the support up too. I don't want to just get out there like that. So I want to thank y'all with the green names who members of the channel too. And it's all good. But you got the floor, JJ. Go right ahead.
No, JJ, you cut me off, JJ, and I was.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I got into the mood. Go ahead, bro.
Got into the mood, and if I was lesser, I would forgot my damn point. The point I was making is that they claim to be all about black people, but they bring the high level white people information to us.
So obviously, Unc acted like he didn't hear anything. You know what I'm saying?
And my example is brother Scam Chaz. Now he claims black this, black this, black this.
So you know what's funny? I don't know for sure 100%. He said Scam Chaz. I think he's talking about Sanchez. He's supposed to have a debate with him. It's interesting that they will talk about polite scamming, and now he's talking about Sanchez being a scammer. But yet Garfield, a known scammer, they don't talk about that. It's strange, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, being guilty by association is one thing, but to actively and publicly support and defend somebody knowing it's a scammer, that's foul. It's selected outrage, exactly, if you've been it. And Young Heru has joined us. What's up, Young Heru?
Yeah, what's good, family? I'm in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
You know, I don't miss a beat. I'm here watching and listening, you know. Ain't nothing new.
We need to find out the age. We need to find out the age of the girl that was molested by the ICPK member. You know, I think she's gonna be interesting. She may be younger than what people would think.
You know, you ain't talking about Captain cousin.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. We don't know her age. We don't know her age. So
Still on that?
I don't think it
Yeah,
was a
but
teenager.
he found guilty for it, right?
yeah, but we don't know her age though. How old was she?
Found
Yeah.
guilty for a
So,
long
well,
time.
it's nothing new, you know. They like
Yeah.
little girls, Shaka.
Yeah,
I
but he
don't-
may be
I don't
young. He
think it
may be
was a
younger than
teenager.
Polite's alleged victim. He may be younger than 14. He may be
So,
younger.
Mhm.
Yeah.
what's going on with this Trump thing? You know that's propaganda, right?
Oh, you think so?
What they gonna do? Settle it out of court for some money, Shaka?
No,
Trump ain't gonna do no time.
She has already no. She was found
She gonna
guilty.
get $5 million.
So it's too late to do out of court. And indeed, it was ordered that she receives $5 million. Now, the lawyer said he will appeal. The appeal hasn't been made yet.
But he ain't
We
got
will
shit
see.
to appeal with. It's
Yeah.
stupid.
I
This
mean, you
man
know.
didn't show up to defend himself. How do you appeal?
Mm.
It's like,
Oh, you know what? I can see that only fan Mika, who wrote "Drunken Fool," so she's going out JJ 7000, but she's capping for the ICPK people who were found guilty of child molestation. You know what I'm saying? She's capping for TMH, who was found
Yeah,
guilty of
she-
child molestation. But
See,
anyway,
Captain for Scam Cheddar too. He be on
Oh,
on
yeah.
the show drinking. So what's he talking about?
yeah, but you know, she's a clown, man.
that,
Yeah.
right? Right? And the white man science and this and that. But in actuality, he's bringing you the crazy ass white people, crazy ass flat earth shit. The flat earth is a white person's decree against science, against established, never just niggas, because they always said scam. JJ, it's ridiculous and it's a scam. That's the scam.
Both of y'all use white sources though. What's the problem?
JJ, that is the point. We bring high-level white people, and we don't hide it. We hide.
Who's that? That sound like Babylon
You
Dunce.
breaking up, huh?
Somewhere.
Yeah, it is Bobby Banger.
I know,
It is.
yeah. He go on everybody's channel and do the same thing. He sound like a little like what a bass in your voice, man. The nigga, like, bro, what's wrong with this character?
Yeah,
You
they
know,
taking up for
He always trying
Garfield.
to act like he have authority over somebody the way he speaks. Like, bro,
Scientific literacy.
he sound like a little 15-year-old girl or something. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell going on?
But you know, he's capping for a scammer, you know, and Smash unfortunately also is capping for that scammer. You know what I'm saying? Call Garfield Reed, which is a social media name, by the way.
Yeah,
Even though
I told you the one guy called in and was talking about it, right? And see how Garfield scammed him and he didn't get the results. And he tried call Garfield back on Smash Rockwell channel too. It was and Garfield was quiet. He had nothing to say for a minute. And the guy said, yeah, he gave him like $300 and he didn't get no results. And Garfield never come. Garfield looking up all kind of things. Yeah, I got your information right here. I got your information. When he called out the name, like, nope, that's not me. You live on what? Nope, that's not me.
Oh, I
So
remember
just-
you were saying that.
Yeah.
Mm.
And yeah,
But-
it was just like blunt in his face, like boom, you know, you exposed.
You said he was
Um,
doing credit card something? Shocker.
Back in the days, you know, people said he had a credit card. There's a Facebook
Yeah,
screen
some
capture that
credit
we've
leak
seen.
there, some-
Yeah,
And let me
they-
ask you a question. What type of information do you have to give them to get that credit card?
well, that I don't know. I don't know the specifics, you know, but apparently it didn't last too long because, you know, it looked like it was a scam anyway. But then mainly he did a quote unquote credit repair. And, you know, we have the testimonial of Born FOG who said that he put Garfield in contact with his own blood brother, and his blood brother was being scammed, you know what I'm saying? And many people also have said that they've been scammed by Trackfield, you know?
You know,
So, yeah.
people should be cautious about giving out their personal information like this to get because, you know, once somebody has them, what's to say that they don't use that information in some other way
To
without you
commit
knowing?
fraud. Yeah,
Exactly.
to commit fraud. Yeah. You know?
We say this is white. Okay, we say this is white people. We show
Sumerian tablets. See, Billy is high level, bro. I've been telling. Look, he get into the Sumerian tablets. See, you cats around here, you're stuck on this Book of the Dead nonsense. You gotta expand your horizons. See, this is why JJ is one of the top debaters in the community, yo.
Okay, now JJ, he thinks he's one of the top debaters in the community. Fine. But it's interesting to know that they are still capping for Garfield, just like they were capping for Polite. They did the Kevin on trial. Polite was their man. They didn't have no criticism. Now that Polite is about to go to trial, now they have the courage to talk about him scamming. Like they didn't know that the dude was scamming all this time. You know what I'm saying? They just discovered that the dude was scamming. It's amazing. But
yeah, it is convenient. It's convenient. Like 2 weeks before the trial or something.
Yeah.
Now it's convenient. It's like, now you understand.
But here, let me just show this one here. That's the last thing I wanted to share for today. Now, I hope the link ain't gonna be too long. It's gonna fit. I don't know if it's gonna fit. Or you know what? I'm gonna use that shortener. Short URL, or is it short URL? This is a museum in Berlin, if I'm not mistaken, but that's definitely Germany. So let me check if it is Museum, but I think it is in Berlin. This museum. Yeah. Yes, it is in Berlin. City the first from Nunes. Is it Nunes? Newest museum from US Museum, Berlin. Afemi Munahum has joined us. Germany. There it is. So the first thing that I've shared shows this. And you can see at the top, Saatliche, Museum zu Berlin, but I'm not sure how to pronounce all these words. I'm not familiar. I mean, I'm not fluent at all in German. I'm kind of learning it, but not very actively. So this is SETI the first. You can enlarge that, but if you blow it up, the quality is not going to be that great. Not too bad though, but there's a better quality of the face, which comes from this article right there on Wikipedia. On the left, it looks like Osiris. It looks like Usia. Yeah. Here on Wikipedia's article, you have SETI the first, and we're gonna go there. So that's the article for SETI the first, and when you scroll down, you have this detail of a wall painting from the tomb of SETI the first. Now, when you go to more details, they tell you, there it is, description here, and it says, Newest Museum, Berlin, Germany. You even have the reference here. All right. So when we look at this, I want you to pay attention to the fact that there's a bit of damage. I don't think it was done on purpose. I think it was accidental damage. So the color, the original color has kind of faded. We can tell because in that part of the nose, it is darker. But if you focus on the shoulder here is about the darkest hue, just like here. So most likely it is safe to say that originally the whole body, the face had that dark color, dark brown color.
Exactly.
You see? So I just wanted people to see that and know that, because sometimes they will show you some artifacts and they would appear more or less pale or light or lighter than we would expect. But this is a clear indication. I did not make that up, and you know where to find it. I've shared the link.
But they did a reconstruction of him, and he's totally white.
Well,
have you seen that one? It's just one.
But is it like when they do like some 3D reconstructions, like Tutankhamun, for example? Yeah, I don't pay no mind. I don't pay
Yeah,
attention to stuff like that. You know,
because
we
it's
all
not,
have
it's
enough.
not actual. It's not. They don't know they're not even attempting to say that they know he looked just like that. They're saying he could. It's possible. You know.
Yeah, it's
like,
make believe. It's make believe.
So his color is just different from the original artist. You know, they're all the original artists, just all of them.
I ain't got time for these people and their stupid narratives. Like whether it's Egypt, Ethiopian, Nubia, whatever. You know what I mean?
That's how I be feeling, young. Every niggas don't even know their next door neighbor, but they want to go.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, bro, regardless of what these people had different shades of brown, black, whatever, but it's still the same continent. It still came up the Nile. Like they like to use Dr. Ben. He already told you where like Egypt wasn't the first, bro. Like people need to stop.
We need to rely on the artifacts, though, brother Young Hero. You know, we have
No,
them.
I'm not saying that though. I'm saying like it have history of the people that even that was in Egypt came in up to Egypt from the Nile. Like, you know what I'm saying? So people always trying to separate, just like they do in America. They trying to separate each other.
Yeah, it's still Africa.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Like all that make believe or who was pale and who was nigga. Africa continent history is black, period. Take it how you want it, and we know what happened and how it happened and how they conquer Africa, and they try to do it over and over, and they still trying to do it today. So I don't get, like, you know what I mean, people they stuck on stupid, if you ask me, and they doing that just to separate themselves from other black people, and I don't know what they think that's gonna get them in today's world. You know what I'm saying? That's just how
I hear you.
Sisters back. Afimi, we lost you. Feel free to come back, and Sister Andrea Burnett, feel free to add on.
No, I had gone grocery shopping, so I was just putting stuff away. But no, everything that y'all are saying to me, like, I don't understand. They're trying to separate like the they have sub-Saharan, and it's like, no, it's all one desert area. Why are they trying to make one the northern part and one something else? All that stuff doesn't make. I don't understand why they do that. They want to call something the Middle East, and they keep changing the name to suit the narrative when all that stuff should. I mean, it just seems like it's so confusing that they just want to keep.
Sorry, go ahead. It's like
no, they just want to keep
happen, and something in the south happen, and it have people vandalizing, but the government won't send the military to the south just because it's the south. It don't work so. I mean, I don't know about in Africa as a whole continent, but I'm pretty sure if more than one state was going in chaos, and the military would come in just like they would do for any other part of the continent. It's the same U.S. government that run that whole continent, which is called America. So even if it have different Congress and different laws at different states, push come to shove, I'm pretty sure if disaster happen in that kind of number in Africa, they will have to stand up and fight for their people, or it's gonna trickle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all I had to say on that.
Feel free, Afimi.
I'm listening, man. I just know the topic. I haven't really heard too much yet.
But regardless of the topic, we can address anything. I want to just remind everybody that we can address anything regardless of what the title says. But Andrew, I think you wanted to say something.
No, I was just going to tell V. I meant to say it when I came on. V. Bennett, I hope you feel better soon. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm almost there. Thank God.
Peace, Sister Andrea.
Hey, Ching Ching. Hey.
The main topic is over here to be self-thinkers. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. I'm believing the internet is starting to be like a whole like credit card scam. Like everybody is on this internet is trying to get money out somebody. They lying, or either they just spinning false narrative. That's what the internet is starting. And then it start to be like a vagabond. Like everybody channel you go to, they is really just posting, like forcing you to do something, forcing you to be something, forcing you to believe something. I'm like, this is the internet just turned to a mad monster. After that COVID, it's a lot of people that just got on here and somebody seen the way you can make some money. You can monetize your channel. People can donate. Now, I mean, it's good to donate for good content, but the other dudes that take it to the extreme and be telling you and getting mad at you because you ain't doing this and that, that's unbelievable.
I'm gonna tell you how it's propaganda, because 9 out of 10, these kind of people with these kind of status, with these kind of money, they're not gonna pay for their crime. It's always going to come down to some money issue. So at the end of the day, these women, if they know that this guy cannot be prosecuted for whatever he did, they just doing it for the bag. You know what I mean? Yeah, if it was that, they would have do it when the time was appropriate. So in saying that, I mean, it's propaganda. It's a show. Everybody know ain't nothing gonna happen to Trump.
Hey, Ching Ching, you know, the internet is like the computer was, like the TV was, like the radio was, you know, like the newspaper was. You know, that's where all the, you know, back in those times, you know, that's where everybody believed everything they read in the newspaper. They believed everything they saw on TV or heard on the radio. Or it's just the newest thing. Because I remember, you know, soap operas were a big thing. You know, when we were growing up on TV, you know, my mother would make sure we stayed outside while her soap operas are on, so she can get in and she talk about those people as if they were real people, you know, and real stuff happening. I'm like, who do you know? Who is that? Girl, I'm talking about my soap operas. You just you don't need to go outside and play. So it's the same kind of. This is just it's just worldwide as opposed to just what we were getting here. And I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm not saying it's not worse. I'm just saying it's just another thing for people to get caught up in if you're not careful.
It's 10 times worse
because you got all the cities across America shortage on teachers, professors, and a lot of things, but they all on the internet. You got a rack of teachers and PhDs and dudes call themselves the high master, the most mighty high teacher. Like, they all on YouTube. It's none of them in the classroom really teaching the kids no information. It's like it's crazy. I never seen so many people. Every channel I go to, somebody right. They never wrong. I be like, this is insane. That's why I backed away for a minute off YouTube. It's like it was giving me a headache. I'm like, everybody saying we this. Next thing you know, they're gonna be saying we blew fish in the ocean, and then we came out and then turned into people. Like it's starting to be a mess for real, man.
I already heard that theory, man. before the animal, maybe you know, the wrong animal, we were the fish first. We were in the water.
Now I see you can come to here and get entertained. Go to a couple of channels for some entertainment, get a good laugh. But some of these guys,
I didn't look at all of it, but your boy, Sister Nandy was talking about it or whatever. So he went on a channel today.
Who's Scam Cheddar?
Yeah, Scam Cheddar.
Hold on. Is it still online now? Because a lot of the time we don't have it anymore.
I don't know if she deleted it. You could go check. It was around 3 o'clock or so. But you know, he was trying to crack joke with her. She was cussing him out as usual, you know. Seeing him falling for all of that. But I don't know, man. I guess
that'll be trolling. He be trolling all day.
She been getting on his nerves because Nandy been just, you know, blasting them on information, making them look stupid like they are, because she got all the receipts too. So I don't know what that was all about. He probably was in his feelings about something to come on a panel. Buddy.
Was he in the chat or did he get on the actual panel?
He got on the panel.
So I'm looking for it now.
But you know, if these people, if they were just begging for money, it wouldn't be that bad. But actually, they're teaching people lies, essentially. And when you look, when I look at Sabir Bey, I saw an angle of his face the other day, and it something popped in my head, like this dude is not right. And you know, when you try to make a lie the truth, you can drive yourself crazy. You can go mentally ill.
It's the
you
truth
know?
to him. You could see it
Exactly.
in his face. You could see it in their face, bro.
Exactly. And
Ain't no help for them.
And you know, it's no different from like teaching your kid about, you know, Santa Claus or these kind of things. It's no point in doing that. Even religion. I mean, even today I was talking to my son just about a few things because he knows some things about history, and he was talking about Kemet a little bit, you know, because his name is Heru. His middle name is Heru, right? So he knows about these things since he was a little kid, right? Not in depth, but he knows that religions borrow from other religions and blah, 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 right? But even today, I had to tell him, you know, just reassert to him that it's not real. Like, whatever, you know, when you hear people talking about religion, it's not real. It's their belief. And that, you know, you don't need to mind yourself with people. If somebody wants to believe something, you just let them believe it. But you just need to know, don't fuss yourself over it because it's not real. It's their belief, you know? And you need to just focus on your science and your math, you know? That's what I tell them all the time, you know, because you have to keep in mind that not everybody is going to keep your kid focused where they need to be in society, you know.
Look like she deleted it, Shaka.
Yeah, I looked at it. I didn't see it.
Lately she been doing that. I don't know. They probably been flagging her channel, but lately she been deleting all her videos.
I think they're flagging her because there's no point her, you know, going at them, you know, because they you know, they're big with that. Maybe she has 2 strikes already, and then she knows like the 3rd strike, you know, she may lose a channel. So maybe she has only 1 strike. Who knows? Yeah, go ahead.
Like I told you, man, like these people is just characters. You know what I mean? You have 2 non-scientists talking about if it's flat earth or wrong. I want to see them outside demonstrated how they know this, you know what I mean? Because all they're gonna do is pull up a lot of information they got from the internet. So I'm just going to use all kind of cartoon graphics, all kind of things to explain. No, real talk. So
I know he the Google scholar. That nigga punch up Google.
They probably I know Pumpkin went no college. You know what I mean? I know they no scientists. You having 2 black men having discussion about these 2 things on a debate to get money out of you. I mean,
but you know what? Hey, Ru, it's still dangerous because, you know, check this out. You know, it goes back to the kids. If you tell a kid something about Santa Claus and things like that, some kids are smart enough at 8 years old, 9 years old to know it's not true. Therefore, the story doesn't bother them. But there's other kids at 9 and 10 and 11 that still can't figure it out. And they take it in their brain in a different way. And there's some adults. If they sit around listening to some flat earth theory, some of the adults think it's real. They don't have
my point, Bennett. Like, for the most part, I don't know, like I told you back then, from where I come from, people had more control of their children, what they do, what they into, you know what I mean? So any young black man, if I was into these things to the point that I have to know, I would research and study and be doing scientific things, you know. So for the young men, they need to go school and study scientific work. You had science class from middle school, you know what I mean? So if you really into them thing, the teachers then would introduce you to stuff like that. So we need to keep our children in line to not fall for these things they see on the internet, because too much of them is hooked on a tablet, a computer, a game, you know what I mean? All of that. So if we be better parents, it will help, you know what I mean? Because we have these kind of people out here just spreading nonsense and they can't prove none of what they're talking about. It's all a theory, you know what I mean? And you know, go ahead, Shaka.
No, finish. I will go after.
And even worse, some of it's just lies designed to harm people. You know, even worse than a theory, something designed to harm you. You know, like straight
even
up.
if it's not directly, it's indirectly. You know.
Oh yes.
Yeah, did you see when Smash Rockwell was showing all them comments on Polite page and all them people he scammed, all the people saying they got scammed on his page? And I don't see how people was believing him when he was talking anyway. This dude would talk about a chair and say 4 big words and it only mean sitting down at a table in the chair. Like this dude, like yo, yeah, man.
He even made a word up when he talked with Jabari. I think he said inflammate. Jabari said, "Did you say inflammate? That's not a word." Then I said, "Okay, thanks for the correction. I stand corrected."
Yeah, he said he made his own language up. Let me say he made his own language up.
Nuapik, I think he was a Malachi York who came up with the Nuapik. I think it's a Nubian thing, but it looks like it's some sort of dialect of Arabic.
And it's funny you say that because it have a lot of them out there that you don't even know. A lot of men out there you hear talking this metaphysics and outer space nonsense. All of them, bro, 9 out of 10 study under Dr. York. They came from that background. Some of them don't even have connection with each other, but I was just thinking to YouTube and it have some sister named Dragon Lotus something, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, Shaka.
They got their degree in cultism.
I was trying to give the sister the benefit of the doubt, you know what I'm saying? Because she's a good person. You could tell her attitude, she's nice, you know what I mean? But she had this guy on there, man, and he was talking all kind of craziness and dark space and
she had a Nubian.
Did you see when Red Pill and Blue Pill was dressed up like a pope when they went down to Atlanta?
But yeah, it's craziness, man.
Yeah,
but
these
he
people
mentioned York. He mentioned York. I was like, oh,
yeah, but that's Nubian, you know, because here, you know, this guy here, you know, he's dressed like a Nubian, you know, yeah. And that was 3 hours ago that she had that live stream, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't know that lady, you know, but you know, hey man.
Yeah, the other day I find on YouTube. You know, there's a lot of them out there, man. It's crazy.
You know, I came across that stuff, both the Nubian thing and the sovereign citizen thing, around the same time, back in like '97.
But she didn't even know Nubian, though. I think she was some Hebrew or something before she said or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, completely separate things.
Into all that thing, yeah. Go ahead.
But I came upon them around the same time. I was working a customer service job down in Miami metro area, and there was this dude that was coming to the job every day with this book, and he liked to show me the book, and inside of the book it would just be these, you know, cartoon type characters that were drawn of black people and some weird looking type, you know, people or whatever that, you know, because he had all these different type of folks that he claimed lived here and there, like underneath the earth and all that type of stuff, and just it all just looked very weird. I had nothing bad to say about the dude, you know, he, you know, but it wasn't anything that attracted
imagination.
Me. I just kept
sounds like, you know, us, like feathers living under the earth. But you know, what was said earlier by Young Heru made me think about. I don't know if it was the same in America, but in France, you will have some people who go to your house. Like, you know, sometimes you have people who sell, you know, carpet, you know, and you have people who will sell encyclopedias. You know what I'm saying? And those people, you know, they will make some good money if they manage to do the sale, because it was quite expensive at the time. And, you know, it was like a 12 or 10 volume encyclopedia. So there were several different ones, you know what I'm saying? And we did have one. I mean, it's still at home over there. And we didn't have the internet then. So, you know, encyclopedia was kind of a big thing. And if it wasn't encyclopedias, then it would be, you know, just books in the library, you know. So I guess back then, the information was some reliable source. It was either newspapers or it was books or encyclopedias, you know. But indeed, with the internet, you know, we have all kind of claims that are not, you know, substantiated and backed up. So it is a strange era that we live in now, you know.
Yep. Yeah, they do
Did you have
that.
that in America? Like people knocking on the
Yeah,
doors?
I was
Yeah.
about to
Oh,
say they do that. It's like a salesperson. You get paid based
exactly.
off your commission.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be. They used to have people selling knives and all kind of special knives and all kind of. You have
Yeah. All kind of
warranty.
things. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The encyclopedia was big.
Yeah, my mom had this book that showed you, you know, the whole process of how babies, you know, where babies come from. Very detailed and, you know, and stuff like that. She was in the
Yeah.
worked at the hospital, and she just felt like that was something we needed to know. I guess we
Yeah,
didn't have
he
to ask her
was the guy. The same guy was talking about oh, you know the same liquid concept with the whole thing, and like from time, you was from time the sperm go into the woman, it's a liquid, and then he said something about inside your body don't have no color. So I don't know. All the liquid is clear. I don't know, but when you put color liquid in your body, I'm presuming it's color. But he said, yeah, everything in our body is basically within water. So even if it's your heart, it's within blood. Your brain is it has water. It swims inside water inside your skull, and yada yada. Different perspective.
That lady, she has a video. She has a guest, and he talks about astral healing. You see here, astral healing with I don't know who that guy is, but when you see things like that, man, just beware, because
It's just called. I call it fancy praying. It's just a fancy level of praying. You could do the same thing just by meditating.
Everybody. It's another so-called spirituality, it's another concept. Everybody have their thing. Me, myself, none of them thing ain't for me. I too busy living reality, you know what I'm saying? It's too much.
But some people they love the metaphysics stuff, man. I mean, it's not as big as before, but I'm telling you, man, 2008, 2009, 2010, the Moors and the metaphysicians, like Bobby Hemming and Phil Valentine, they were like kind of the top guys of the so-called conscious community, man. You know what I'm saying? And some people are just like that. Like you just make pseudo claims and they just love it. You know what I'm saying? You tell them they're gods and they can astral project. They love that.
I never back in that, like for the last 2 years is like where I just start catching up. You know what I'm saying? Because I never used to listen to none of these people like that. And only people I used to listen to is more Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Yeah, for years, So it's just the last 2 years I've been home and this and that. So I just get back on the computer and start running into everybody and whoop-de-whoop, you know what I'm saying? So that's how I didn't know anything about what's going on with these people, because I don't I ain't got time for all that, I already research, I already know it, have books, I already read books. So a lot of things people say is like it doesn't move me, it's like because I already know what they're coming from. It has so much out there. It's like, yeah, man, it's crazy. So yeah, it's just a shame that people just need to read more if they really want to find out about these things, because a lot of times they just tell you what they want. They don't tell you everything, the totality of the book or the people or where it came from and yada yada. So you have to research yourself so me not fooled, But I don't, like I say, everybody could have the belief, but people just need to understand that's what it is. And that's what it's always gonna be, you know what I mean? If it give you courage, it make you stand up right, and that's what it does. But don't think that it has any substance in reality, you know what I mean? Like no creator never come and tell man God is the creator. Man made up God. Without a man voice, there would be no kind of concept of God. I mean, like, it's common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't get it. And then they trying to put the creator in a man, which they call God, which is not the creator, because man created God. So how can you create something that was already here? It's common sense. So the creator is everything you see, every living thing. It has that energy that you have just like when people pass the energy leave their body. So that means they wasn't the creator. It's whatever that energy that's within the trees, the water, the sun, everything that make everything ticks is the same thing that's within you. So I just don't know why people can't just accept it for what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, just like
The thing
go
is that,
ahead.
most people, when they have a religion, it was a religion of their parents. Some people are converts. So many people claim to be critical thinkers and stuff like that, but the belief system that they had is simply because they grew up in an environment where their parents and family members had that belief system. But we have the brother Ray. Now, why did you put Crazy Ray?
That's true to an extent, Saka, but for the new generation religions out there is not from their parents. Most of them, anyway, because most of them used to be Christians and more Muslims and shit like that, but they wasn't these kind of people you see today on internet. And these people is people that go to church on Sundays and do their thing and then go back work and live their life. They wasn't these people trying to prove, trying to convert. Well, maybe you're right. They always been trying to convert. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
It was easier back then.
Yeah, it was easier back then. So, Ray, feel free.
No, I was just curious. First of all, how's everybody doing?
Hey, what's up, my Masonic brother?
What's going on?
Good.
Masonic brother.
Hey, question. Did you guys when about the moon landing? Did that happen or was that?
Well,
He really trying to go wild today, man.
If you ask Sanchez, he'll say no because the moon is what do you call it? Hollow. It's not a solid
hollow?
surface.
I've
Ray
heard
just coming up because he knows that's how he feel.
Yeah, we're talking about obviously the first time Neil Armstrong and all that thing, right?
Yeah,
So
Andrea
the-
Brunet is asking, what do you think?
What do
think
you
it was real
think?
or not?
Well, I only talk about what I know. You know that,
So
That's why I
you-
put
so you
Crazy
don't
Ray
know.
up there, just in case somebody see it, they think I'm crazy. But
Well, what do you
no,
know
that-
then?
that-
What do you know about the moon landing?
That didn't happen.
All right. I saw a documentary arguing that it didn't happen. Now, the documentary seemed convincing because they were talking about, the fact that the flag was moving and it's not supposed to be in
Well,
the
it was
atmosphere.
shot. I mean, that footage.
Let
was
me
shot at
say this
Universal
real
Studios.
quick, right?
Yeah, go ahead,
You
Young
know, it had this white guy that was always saying that they lying about landing on the moon. I can't remember the clip on YouTube, but he went to two top NASA scientists with the Bible in his hand.
Yeah, he asked them to swear and they hit
Yeah,
him.
and they ran. They couldn't swear on the Bible.
One of them
They-
punched him. One of them
Oh
kicked
yeah,
him.
I couldn't. Yeah, so
Oh, yeah, I've
imagine
seen
that.
it.
So what was that all about?
It was a bit strange that they wouldn't just swear on the Bible. But I guess
Yeah,
maybe
somebody
they were
lying
trolled by
about
him. I
something.
don't know. But the thing is that they were saying that the flag was moving when it's not supposed to move because there's no atmosphere or something like that. But some people said that it's because of the reactors of the rocket or whatever. But Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked that. He had an interview on Vlad TV, and he doesn't agree with that claim. For him, it's not an accurate claim. The thing also, the argument they were saying is that nobody went back ever since they got there. I think I looked into this, and I think some the Americans went back over there. But at least they sent some machines there, but they're planning on going back over there. But what was funny in that documentary is that they were talking about the Russians. The Russians, if I'm not mistaken, they went into space first, before the Americans. And there was some competition, and all of a sudden,
Yeah,
boom, the
that's why they
Americans
did
went
it.
there. Yeah, and the Russians, they're saying that the Russians figured that it would be too dangerous, too life-threatening to get over there. But, I think it's safe to say that, it actually happened. I don't see why they would make that big conspiracy like that. But indeed, yeah.
I figured that you'd say that.
Yeah, but then again, if
That's
we
an
remain on,
excuse,
yeah.
Saka.
You know when
go
I
ahead.
found that out? I found that out in 1990.
Yeah, but I kind of rely
It's
on
the same
Neil
thing
deGrasse
with,
Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson, is a
You know how I found
astrophysicist.
out?
How?
Because I worked there. I worked at Universal Studios then. I saw the stage they shot it on. You know the Teamsters, the guys that drive the cars, the old gentlemen, the elders, the union guys has been there forever.
Yeah.
Every time at lunch, what I would do is, and then I was like 19, 20 years old. Then I would, I paid
What year was it?
It was 1990.
Yeah, but it was way earlier than that they allegedly went on the moon. So
Well, no, I'm not saying. Yeah, that's what I found out about it. But I mean, I forget what date it was actually when they put it out.
So they never made it
propaganda
back
they
again.
put out to the masses on TV where
It
gullible
should
people
be
watch.
easier
and
to
listen.
make it now.
But what's funny, the only reason I say that now is because I just saw this Neil Armstrong thing where he's coming clean and saying that he's never been to the moon. He's saying it's true. That how everybody gets on their deathbed and all of a sudden they won't tell the truth.
Is that on tape?
Yeah, it's on the internet. That's why I'm out there. I was like, what?
Is it on YouTube?
I saw it on the reel. It probably is on YouTube too, but that's why they want to shut the reels down because they expose way too much information. They want the TikTok thing. That's the most dangerous thing to the government right now. Because everybody's spilling the tea, man, and they can't regulate it. It's too fast. They can't filter it out.
But you know what? It's like
it's not about the kids. It ain't about that.
There's a lot of stuff.
Information is getting put out there, and they can't filter it fast
It's the
enough,
same
and it
thing,
circulates
like,
really quickly.
Yeah,
What is-
but you
I'm
could
not saying be
also.
stupid and
the
gullible and
ice,
believe
whatever
everything you
it
see, but don't be closed-minded to it either.
Oh, right. Don't be closed-minded to it. But I mean, there's a lot of
yeah, be
things
open-minded to
that.
that.
Well, you got to
people-
use critical thinking. I mean, don't be an idiot. I mean,
Definitely.
well, you know what's
critical
funny
thinking.
about you guys? I like you guys because on this channel, everybody's intelligent. They're not stupid. They're, you guys talk about a lot of different things, and there's critical thinking obviously in play. Like when I'm over there listening to Sabir, I almost want to throw my phone down. It's like that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life over there. I mean, you know how stupid you got to be to listen to this nigga every day and believe what he's saying and then want to give him $1? That's crazy to me. I don't get it. But that's why this stuff works on people because people are so gullible, they're so naive. They don't critically
Yeah, they
think.
want to be part of something.
They don't, it's crazy, man.
But if they didn't drop after they heard that Gaga Google scholarship
Man,
stuff,
that's a joke to me.
ain't nothing gonna make anybody leave. I mean, that enough should have said, okay, I'm out.
That's some hilarious stuff.
Sorry.
And he said with conviction too. Google Gaga.
Yeah.
Hey, let's hear it again for the fun of it. You know what I'm saying? Let's hear it again for the fun of it, man.
Yeah.
No, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language? Either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes,
Y'all-
baby language.
Baby language, right?
So, baby language is a language now? All right. Okay. Okay. Well, it's a language. We can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language. It's Gaga Google, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Google, baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks?
Nobody. Idiot.
Well, whoever this is, who you are, let's see your face first. Or you're not coming on, you can just sit back. So Gaga Google is numbers, basically. Like most animals, they numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Google's numbers? There's one thing I forgot, but he did say that more means navigator. You know what I'm saying? So it's a nationality. Navigators is not supposed to be a nationality. Anybody can be a navigator. It just takes a little training. You don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Google.
Gaga Google, it's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other
They sure
language,
do.
right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each
Yeah.
other. You know what I mean? Like we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this, and if you
It's a language. How come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language then, I guess.
can probably find it, you should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
Don't try to steal what I'm saying.
Yeah, don't try to steal what I'm saying. This is some real high level, secret stuff.
I patented this idea too, by the way. So don't steal it. Remember, Sabir Bey said it first.
That don't make no sense right there, man. That's his content right there. That's what he needs to be doing, is comedy, because that nigga's funny, boy. He's funny, boy. That's crazy to me. I can't believe you.
Hey, don't plagiarize my work.
Yeah.
And I
Or
know
I'll
he's
sue you. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. You know what's funny too, Chuck? I rewatched that part when you first came on there with him, and I like reanalyzed it, man. You know what's funny with him is like I've watched him enough to know when he's nervous, and like the whole way that went down. Oh, my son's diaper, I got to go change it. Then he played that song and kept rewinding it, like he tried to give himself time to get his mind right to try to even deal with you. Because once you had already told him that you were there to oppose his position, you notice how he backpedaled and got, you noticed that, right? Because at first you thought you were coming on there to agree with him, but that's how he is. As long as you, in agreement with him, you can sit there and stroke his ego all day, But if you come up and he knows that you oppose his position, he doesn't even want to talk to you because he knows he can't defend it. You know what I mean? He's not capable. You know what I mean? And it's just funny, and I just watch how you didn't even really do much. I mean, it's just the fact that you kept your composure, and then you just kept asking those same pertinent questions that he was, compelled to answer, and he couldn't even. It was funny, dude. I'm like, you finally made a fool of him, man. That's what got me over. He finally got through, because everybody else who tries to get on there is either blocked or he cut me off several times, but I laced him up a couple times, and I was nice about it, but
But I could tell he was nervous because that time, exactly like this. And then when he had these two groupies, he would let them speak because they were in agreement with him. So that was a way for him to breathe. But the thing is, like, I think because I said I'm coming from France, then he figured, okay, it's just a French dude. I'm just gonna freestyle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And but then but I told him from the beginning, I don't agree with this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That I think it's hoax. I even use the word hoax to let him know how I feel about this claim. But I expected that he would just think that he would. I mean, I thought he would do better, like show some stuff. But it was funny to me. But then again, he's not the only one. It was the same with the teenager Yara. It was the same with Lord Abba. It was the same with Woof Woof Napasha Da. It was the same with Tozayak, the pseudo clown, who said that there's attestation of Moses and Miriam in a hieroglyphic, who said that Ma'at is a bird. It's the same with pseudo butler Reggie, who said that Ma'at is a bird as well. And he said that Heru is Greek. Basically for close to 2 decades, I've been hearing pseudo dudes online. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what?
But that's the thing about it. Like, I don't even really watch any of that stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all of the stuff that I talk about normally is in person on secured phone lines. Like, I don't really, watch. But Sabir was the first one I saw. And I saw him by accident. Actually, no, I take that back. I saw Taj first. Todd Tariq Bey. And then I saw Sabir afterwards. I think maybe my phone, how once you watch something, it just starts feeding you all kind of stuff. And then I think I saw Sabir, and I just caught him at the tail end of one of his videos, and he didn't have time to make himself look stupid at the moment, but he was just talking about the Moors. I was like, oh man, finally somebody else that that knows about this stuff. I can't just go around talking to random people about that kind of stuff, because then you look like I just put my title in there. Crazy Ray. They were like, well, who is this guy? Why is he talking about all this stuff that's just out of the pocket? Like, you know what I mean? So you got to be careful. That's why my kids, like, they're privy to all this information, but they don't talk about it outside the house. I'm like, don't talk about this at school or talk about it with your friends unless they bring it up first, because they're not gonna know what you're talking about. They're gonna think you're crazy. But my kids are, my youngest is a senior in high school, and then my oldest is 27. But all three of them know what's up. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the key to your kids, man. Is because now that they're exposed to the internet, they're privy to information at such a young age. You got to get to them first, so you have that first impact on them, so they don't learn it outside of, just like anything else, drinking, drugs, whatever. Talk to them about sex, everything. That way they know what's up, and they get the right perspective before they're possibly influenced by outside people. You know what I mean? I really believe in that.
Before they're told that it's okay to have sex with a 9-year-old girl, like GMS is teaching in the street. I get it.
Well, I mean, and then the kids should know that, even that, because a lot of kids aren't even aware, because, a lot of people are sheltered, right? So before they even know it, they're already molested. Like, they got to know the warning signs to see it beforehand, I think. You know what I mean? So they already know to be defensive about it, Like, why are you, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Versus like what that's different, but it's you know what I'm saying? Like they don't real because
Yo,
I think
you
that's
gotta
what makes a
have
lot
that
of people
talk.
crazy because they realize it years later. Say you're 8, 9 years old, right? You didn't know any better, and then once you become, informed about sex and what it is, and then you realize, well, wait a minute. So that means back 4 or 5 years ago when this happened, that was improper. I know it felt weird. I just didn't know what it was, and then I think that's what freaks them out. And then in their mind they go crazy, and then they don't
Yo,
want to discuss it because then they feel crazy about their. You know what I mean?
it's one of the first things you got to talk to your kids about. As soon as your kids start going to school or a babysitter or being left at a family member's house, that's
All
one
of
of the
that. I agree
first
with that
things.
totally.
All of those things you got to start. You have to have the conversation about. Don't let anybody touch you here. If somebody does, you have to tell me. You just make it very plain, and they don't have to know. They don't have to know what it's about, but the kids understand that these are things they need to watch out for, and you're being serious about it. And they know they don't have to understand what it's about. But if somebody tries to touch you here in these certain places, you have to tell me. No matter who it is, it doesn't matter who it is. You just tell me. And every once in a while, you remind them of that. You just remind them no matter what, and you let them know because there's some weirdos out here that try to hurt little kids. It's very simple.
Very true.
And you don't know who it could be.
Yeah.
You don't know
Because
who,
I
where
think
it's
too on
from.
that note, V Bennett, some of them, I still hear the kids talk about stranger danger. I said, no, it could be somebody in your family.
Yeah.
They constantly having us focus outward. I said, no, when my grandkids say stuff like that, I'm like, no, it could be somebody it could be somebody in the family. Doesn't matter. I said, don't just keep thinking of somebody outside. I said, because that's where, I remember watching 60 Minutes or something some years ago, and they were saying that the kids who are most subject to get kidnapped or whatever are 13-year-old children because they think they know everything. And they're the easiest ones persuaded to go with a stranger because I'm grown and my parents can't tell me anything and when the parents were seeing that, they were like shocked because they were playing it out. It wasn't something that was happening. They were acting it out, and every time them 12-13-year-olds would go with somebody who say, hey, look, I got such and such in my car, or I got this, and they were like, wow, I can't believe that happened. And I've told my children, but sometimes sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't. But still, it could be somebody within your family. And I have to constantly remind my grandkids, it could be somebody that it's not always
And
a
you know what?
stranger.
It doesn't
And when
even
we
have
were
to be
going to
that.
school, I was in the 6th grade, and I'll never forget it. They were showing us, pictures of children who got their heads back, and they actually showed us the heads that got bashed in when they got kidnapped from somebody. And so as a 6th grader, the majority of us were scared to death to go. Anybody was just like, oh my God, you didn't, it was everybody, even people you knew you were scared to death of. And that was very traumatic. But after a while, you just, you got over it. But to see the actual pictures of kids being dealt with like that was not great.
Consequences. That's what that just made me think of that. It's funny when I was raised, right? My parents, when I was growing up, it's like they tell you something, and I'd be like, why? And they said, because I said so. You know what I mean? And that always bothered me. So, I took the good and the bad from my parenting, and then from the way I was raised and try to apply it to my thing. But my thing is like, you know what? I'm gonna show them the consequences of their actions if they potentially do something. And that really worked for mine. Like, we went to breakfast downtown one day on the weekend, and right after breakfast, like 9 o'clock, I took them to Skid Row. We rolled through there really slow. Skid Row in LA is pretty bad. And it's like, it's really sad. I mean, there's some people that they're just checked out of life, and then there's people that just don't really apply themselves to life. But either way, it's really sad. So I rolled the windows down, let them smell. I said, look, this is what happens when you don't apply yourself in life. Like, and I told them that too. I said, you know what? Some people were like, failures. Some people are just PhDs laying out there that just checked out of life because they realize exactly how the world is and they didn't want to be involved in it. So this is why they're out here. But bottom line is, whatever decisions you make, there's consequences to it. And after that day, and my youngest was like 3 at the time, man, I had to tell them nothing. You know what I mean? Like, as far as like, it's, like some people got to punish their kid to get their attention and stuff like that. It was to the point where I could just take away their electronics. Like, I would take away anything that was electrical or battery powered. And that brings them back to the Stone Age, you know what I'm saying? And that was enough right there initially. But once I did that part, it made more sense to them why I would say certain things. Like, I'm not trying to take like the fun out of what you're doing. I'm just trying to steer you in the right direction so you can avoid certain steps that's going to hold you back. You know what I mean? But then that's because I tell them, so you can talk to me about anything. I'm not going to be mad at you, but I'll be mad at the situation maybe, but not mad at you. And I think that made them more likely to talk to me because, you know, kids are weird,
Exactly.
man. They don't want to talk to you. They'll talk to some folio, get somebody else's stupid opinion or perspective on something, and then, you know what I mean? So I think that's communication is key, especially now. Because like when I was growing up back then, I mean, we didn't have access to so much. I grew up in North Carolina, you know, in the country. And then I now live in LA. So I lived here longer than I lived there, but so I'm bi-coastal. But I mean, just the whole different vibes of it, you know, when I was growing up. And that's why when I moved out here and I started working in the entertainment industry, like I was exposed to so much so early. You know what I mean? Like it was almost overwhelming, all the stuff that was coming at me. So I had to, you know, luckily, fortunately for me, I was a critical thinker then, you know, because I could have been caught up too, you know. It's only a decision, you know, for anything really. So
yeah, true. You only have to make one bad decision, really, and it could be one that takes a lot of time out of your life. You know, unfortunately, you could read a Dr. York book and start falling for it and get deep in it and end up spending 10, 20 years of your life or your whole life, or you could use some drugs that you all of a sudden become addicted to. And next thing you know, you got the wrong set of friends that you're on drugs with every day, and you trying to escape life. And that, you know, it always starts with decisions, you know.
Definitely. Yeah. And you know what's funny too? Like I think Andrea said it a while back when she was talking about the soap operas back in the day. You know, people because you know TV really is just big on the Midwest and the East Coast because you don't have much outside of what your normal day is. I mean, you know, as far as like entertainment things to do, like you would in the West or in California, like New York, or you know, in the bigger towns, whatever. But it's funny, like you know, the people that normally fall for that kind of stuff are the people that, because you made me think of my mom. You know, when they watch the stories, like when they see the actors, they talk about them as the character name. Like if they saw them, it was John so and so. You know what I mean? They don't know the actor's name. That's how Rocky into it. You know what I mean? And I noticed that the people like that are the ones that normally get caught up in not really breaking it down. Oh, that's there goes
gray, dog. I realize I getting gray hair too.
Huh?
Yeah, I got gray hair in my hand, my bed and shit.
Oh yeah, I got kids, man.
You remember the movie Low Down Dirty Shame with Jada Pinkett Smith and
I've seen it.
And she punched that dude who she saw was on the soap opera and said, you shouldn't have beat up, you know, you shouldn't have done that to her, but she actually thought he was the real character, right? My mom was just like that, man.
Boy.
She was really we were outside. We didn't care if you had to go to the back, you had to hold everything until her soap operas were over with. She was not letting us back in the house.
That's what my mom used to say.
A lot of females into them thing too, man. I think that one of the things that mess women up too, because it's at a younger age and it has all kind of soap operas and housewives and Lucifer and all kind of shows that it's a part
Love
of
and
their
hip-hop,
life.
Desperate Housewives.
Yeah, a lot of the fiction books too. It's fairy tale, you know, all these love books. It messes your head up. Yeah.
Cinderella is apparently one of the most popular story in the world, you know. So yes, fairy tale, you know.
Yeah. I think like it doesn't
It's
do
the
all
worst
women
fairy tale on
justice,
earth.
man.
Oh my god.
Some of the things that like I used to know some of them. That's why I could speak on it, you know, and sometimes that matter to them more than their actual life, like what they do today. You know what I'm saying?
But we see those women, you know, who waiting for a savior, waiting for a charming prince. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes they would be like, I've been waiting for you to come over because I don't want to go on with the show without you. I'm like, man, it ain't that serious. Like, but yeah, some of these fiction shows, I'll be just looking at it just because you want to make them happy. So you sit down there and watch some of it. I'll be like, man, this is like, man, some of these things got your mind gone. You know, all these love and some of the books I see them reading, I'm like, no. Even my sister them used to be reading these books. So I don't think it do women justice, man. I think it just cloud their mind.
You made me think of something else. You guys know about the cartoons, right?
Yes.
Like the cartoon characters that you see, like from Disney in particular. You know how how the characters start out. What image that is, right? When the artists draw them, it's men's genitalia. And then they make a character from that. So when you're looking at a character,
some people use these kind of tactics, but I don't think that's the original way of drawing them, bro.
I'm not convinced, man.
You know how I know?
I saw something like that.
An artist that worked there, and I worked at Disney also. So I'm just saying, it's online. Look it up.
What are you talking about?
I've seen one Disney movie where somebody's blowing some smoke or something, and it spells SCX. I've seen that footage. But
they use male and female private parts in order to base their drawing, and then they just create off it, right?
Yes, and then they finish.
I've seen that already.
So under the drawing is
I draw, but I don't never draw like that. I never use these
but I mean that's what I'm saying. It's programming. Like it's not, it's not as innocent as like our moms would believe the stories are. You know what I mean? It's not as innocent as that.
But check this out. There's a
method to the madness for all this craziness.
But those anime characters, they mainly depict, human shapes. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they were drawing in the first place. Now anybody can just, look for some shapes and kind of first draw some genitals and then end up doing but in the first place, those was human shape. I think
anybody can do that, but my point is that
I think they're reaching.
Chose to do that to put out to the mass.
Who knows? That's what they did.
I do. I know artists that work there. I used to work at Disney too. I worked in all the major studios, man. I was in the movie industry for 10 years. I worked at Sony. I worked at Paramount. When Arsenio had Farrakhan on there and got his show canceled, I was there at 6 a.m. that morning. They already had cleared his stage out. He was the top guy at the time. They put him out because they had Farrakhan on there one more time.
Farrakhan is sued as well.
He pulled their card and they pulled his card. I've never seen a stage unloaded that fast. He had the biggest stage on Paramount studio lot, and they had that thing empty by 6 a.m.
So are you saying to us that you have seen some of those artists drawing genitals? Yeah, but did you see him draw the genitals and then out of the genitals? I didn't see him
draw anything. He told me about it. Then I saw it online because somebody exposed it on YouTube.
I'm not convinced personally, but
and then
I'm personally I'm not convinced. On YouTube, we can see your screen, brother.
There's a whistleblower. They showed it in person. They showed it you draw it and speed it up the process. They showed it, but he told me that years ago. Man, most of the stuff I'm telling you, I've known for years.
I've made your screen, solo, so it's large now.
Oh! I was just going to show y'all a little song of my little artwork. Hold on.
Goku.
Yeah, I just be drawing a lot of animation. That's from my new one. I don't know what I did with my old books, but.
Oh, you good?
Hold on. Oh my God. See it?
Wow. Kamehameha.
Mm-hmm.
Vegeta, it looks like. And Goku on the right. Vegeta on the left, Goku on the right.
Nice.
I ain't never finished this one, but I was doing some landscaping background kind of thing.
Spawn.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I need to get back on my craft, man.
How long you been doing that?
It's like 2
Is
years.
that Sub-Zero, is that?
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that's it for now, though.
That looks nice.
How long have you been drawing?
Since I was like teenager. When I was young, I used to be a little bad boy. So my dad would whoop me and tell me sit down in front of the porch and draw whatever I see. So that was my punishment. I had to sit there and I just started to draw,
Yeah. Nice.
You went from negative to positive like Biggie Smalls.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
So, but the argument is that those drawings that Haru made, that the people in Hollywood or whatever are doing those same drawings, but they start them out as penises and stuff.
Well, not necessarily them, more like Mickey Mouse and these kind of funny looking characters.
Because his aren't shaded. Like what they'll do is they'll draw them. They'll draw that first, and then they'll make the arms and the head and the body out of that, and then they'll do the shading and all that stuff. So underneath the drawing that you see finished is that. So the mind, when you look at it, you can't look at it and be like, okay, I see the penis, but you see it subliminally. I mean, the eye is no joke. You know,
what does it make you do? Yeah, what does it make you do?
People just aren't coherent enough to understand what they're seeing a lot of times. You know what I mean?
But what does it make you do?
Let me go on YouTube right now. Hold on, let me go on YouTube right now.
What'd you say, Ray?
I think it would have like an impact on the kids. Like, it's a subliminal thing to the point. I don't know how it impacts them, but it's a sexual thing. So I don't know. I mean, because why would they do that? That's a more important question.
Yeah,
why would they say?
The question is, do they do that? Do they do that? It's not why do they do that. It's are they doing that?
Yeah, they do it. It's been going on for years, man.
How do you know?
I just told you I worked there. And then
but you didn't see it. You say you didn't see it.
It doesn't matter if I saw it.
Shaka,
what I'm trying to tell you is there's a guy that I know to this day.
Hold on.
That I know to this day he worked there. Because you know in the art,
well,
like,
young Haru, you
if
can
Haru
share
worked
your.
there, he'd be sitting on the floor and he'd be there with like 50 other artists. His job is to draw one particular part of that project. He doesn't draw the whole thing. Like one person will draw, certain, and that's your thing. You have your part of it. And then everything completed together, just like when they film movies, they shoot them backwards. Why? So you don't know exactly what you're involved in. You know what I mean? That's why people, when they go to the screening, the secret screening, they're like, oh my God.
I have a perfect one. It have a lot of them, but some people.
You can share your screen, or if you want, you can share the link in the private chat.
I'm gonna share it real quick.
David said it sounds like some ultra mind control shit. Right.
Yeah, he wrote. It sounds like some LGBTQ.
Y'all see my screen?
MK Ultra. Yeah, we see it. You can play.
All right, hold on. It has a lot of them thing out there. I already seen it before. You see?
Yeah, but that one is not Disney.
No, but I'm saying it's the same.
Exactly
they use the penis in order to form the hands first.
Same concept.
Then, yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. Young Hero, please go back a little bit, because that beard looks very funny, man. I never seen nobody with a beard like that. Yeah.
That's exactly the style. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's exactly what they do.
But I still need to know what effect it's supposed to have to know if it's even having an effect.
It really don't.
Like here, pause it, please. Pause it, please.
I never seen any Disney
pause it,
thing
please.
like that.
Has anybody ever seen a beard like that?
I don't think you would notice that if it was already done. Hey. Except that picture, I don't think you would notice that right away, would you?
You will notice when it's finished.
Stop on that one. Stop on that one right there. Hey, that one
back
right there just now. It started out with there's a penis and testicles.
Yeah, see right there?
And then they draw a mouth around it of a man. So
exactly.
So the point I'm guessing people are trying to make is that it is trying to like encourage.
Yeah, you see, it's like his
LGBT
penis in his
thoughts
mouth
or something like that.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's got to be it, right?
That's not the video I saw, but that's a version of it. That's exactly what I'm talking
See how
about.
they use a woman area in order to form the bird.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That kind of stuff right there.
Now, what's that?
But the thing is that once the drawing is done, you have no way of knowing that there was some genitals in the first place.
That's the point. How our subconscious mind somehow sees it.
Now, let me give you an example.
That's crazy right there.
Yeah. But let me give you an example. There was a French elections.
I think it's an easy technique. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, this is I'm not convinced with that, because there was a French elections and it was Jacques Chirac, and he had an advertisement, a video advertisement, and somehow, some way, I don't know how they came with that idea, but they played the ad and they slowed it down. And in the ad, you will see his face, you know. So now it's something that's forbidden, you know, it's part of the law or, you know, the rules in the campaign. But there was some ad. Actually, I think the ad may have not even been a part of the campaign. It was just like a typical ad. But in that ad, in a slow frame, you would have the face of Jacques Chirac. And they figured that, you know, in the subconscious, it will make you want to vote for the guy. It's not something that you can really realize with your eyesight, but like your subconscious catches that, you know what I'm saying? But when we see those drawings, you don't see the genitals. Once the drawing is done, you don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not all of them, Shaka. Some of them you see. I was watching it, and when he finished, you could still see it. You know,
Yeah,
it's
but
crazy, but it's just crazy.
you can see it because you've seen from the beginning.
But it's easy,
yeah,
it's easier to see from the beginning if you saw the finished product first.
That if you look
You
at
wouldn't
it,
notice right
even
away.
after it's done, you could tell, you know, because they didn't shade it in. But probably when they
Yeah.
shade it in, you wouldn't be able to tell.
But I don't think
know
you would
what?
notice it right off the bat anyway. I mean, you might have to look at it and you'd be like, hey, wait a minute. You know what? That kind of looks like, because I mean, the fact that you saw him do that first and obviously you're fixated on it. But if you don't know that, you just see the finish, even without it being shaded, I don't think a lot of people would even notice it right away. Because there's pictures you can turn upside down and see one thing and then turn up the right side up and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that when I was a kid. You
That's the
know,
same thing.
I went to the grocery store and the guy showed me a picture of a woman and said, "Hey, she looks lovely. She looks pretty, doesn't she?" Then he turned it around and it was an ugly woman, like, you know. But you know,
What's his
yeah,
name?
it's-
What's the artist's name from Disney?
yeah, I'm gonna
What's his
say.
name? I can't put him out there like that. I'm not gonna say his first name.
Isn't-
I shouldn't even
isn't-
I shouldn't
isn't
even
this
mention it.
the one who
I shouldn't
gets
even be
credit
talking about
for
it.
it? I'm talking
Isn't
about the
this
one who gets
something
credit for it.
There's a ton of them. There's a ton of them that worked up, but the one that I know is one of my friends. I've known him for years. You know what
Is
I
it
mean?
Walt Disney?
Is it Walt? No, it's not Walt Disney himself, but yeah, it's Walt Disney, the studio, you know. But Walt Disney's no angel himself. Dude, I'm telling you, there's no angels in this game, man. None.
Yeah, isn't this something though? If you're a skilled artist, isn't it something that you could probably do out of anything? You could probably grab like any object and start out with that object and then just make it into whatever you want it to be.
Well,
Yes,
they're
you
all
can.
skilled. They're all skilled, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
who knows? I mean, he draws. He knows what he's capable of
Yeah,
doing.
Yes, you can. You know, as long as it's not like a stick, like a flagpole, you can come up with almost any shape. I saw, you know, Jay Prince.
But they
I
do
saw
what they're
Jay
told to
Prince. You know, there was a party and somebody made a drawing of Jay Prince, but that artist is very skilled. He started and you couldn't tell what he was doing. And after a while, we realized that he drew the face of Jay Prince, but upside down.
Yeah,
And
I've
when
seen
he
a few artists
finished,
do that.
when he finished, you know, he put it right side
Flip it
down.
up.
You know what I'm saying? And I think Jay Prince paid for the actual painting. So, you know, if people can, you know, start off, you know, upside down, and you know, they can do stuff like that. I'm personally not convinced at all. I mean, what's the plan? So children watch that and catch that subliminally, and then they start having sex with each other or having sex earlier.
Okay.
Like, what?
Okay. Well, look at it this way.
That's
what's the dude's
conspiracy
name?
theory.
Okay. Well, what's the dude's name that had the little island where all they're going over there with the little kids and stuff that supposedly died in prison?
Epstein.
Thank you. Now,
Yeah, he was living in America mainly. You know, the island's just, you know, one of his
No.
resorts. You know,
You're missing the point. Who are all the people on his manifest that have been there? Do you know?
I don't know
Bunch
who's
of
been there.
famous
People say that, you know,
Beyond-
some
people
presidents
say,
and
people say.
Clinton.
People
But
say,
you know,
okay.
hey, he's the only one who was charged. You know, and the lady
Yeah,
as
he
well,
took the
Maxwell.
fall. The lady took the fall for it. She didn't disclose anybody, did she? No, she
Yeah,
didn't.
but
because
what
the
does it
family
have to
was
do? What does it have to do with
My
Disney?
point. My point is that everybody from Disney in that arena right there, all those people are into that same type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them
They
touching
are.
children.
They are, man. Where do you think all these kids going missing are going? You think they're just on the milk cart for no reason, just disappearing? Abducted by aliens? No, they're being snatched and taken for that purpose.
Because of
That movie Taken is that's what that's all about. That's what I'm saying, man. If you pay attention,
No. Hold on.
all
Hold
these
on.
movies,
Ray, Right. Children being snatched by some insane people, by some crazy people, by some child molesters, by some
There's a few
serial
of
killers.
those.
You know, they're not part of a conspiracy with Disney because Disney prepared the children to get
I didn't
snatched.
say
You know, we have.
it's not only Disney, man. It's an industry. It's a ton of studios.
Yeah,
There's like
yeah.
45 studios. I live in LA, man. I'm telling you.
That sounds
I
like
know.
reaching to me, you know. But you
That's
know,
not preaching
me.
at all. I'm just disclosing information.
No,
I shouldn't
reaching
even talk
to,
about.
to me. To
Oh,
me, that's
reaching?
exactly. No,
Oh,
the
no,
thing
I
you're
don't
saying.
reach.
Many people say that, you know, but
Yeah, why?
Many
why
people
would the
die for it
cartoon-
too.
Are you saying that the cartoon somehow drive the kids into the arms of molesters?
I don't really know how it affects the mind, but I believe that it affects the kid's mind in a way to where they somehow subliminally it affects them, just like that ultra mind thing. I think the
But
child molesters,
check this out.
it affects them also.
Check,
Because I'm like, there's no reason. There's no reason to do that
check this out, Ray.
for nothing.
Check this out. What about the children of the producers of those animes? They don't care about their own children and the children of their family members.
Their children don't even watch TV.
How do you know?
Madonna's kids didn't never watch TV.
Yeah, but when they go to their friend's house, how do you know they don't watch TV? The parents are
My
not
kids
there.
don't even, because my kids don't watch TV.
Yeah, but
my kids aren't.
When they don't watch TV at home, your kids they've been going to their friend's house, family member's house. You're not there all the time with them.
My kids are different. Like the reason, and it's just like with their kids. The way I because I was exposed to the industry, so I know what's up. So now I don't let them get exposed the way I did, because TV has changed over the years. When I grew up, there was Knight Rider. There were subtle subliminal messages. Over time, it's gotten more curse words, more sex. Now everybody's gay. You got dudes kissing online. They don't see any of that. My kids barely even go online. But they understand what it's about. Like, I've broken it down. Now, other kids that aren't privy to that, that would be
brother,
more like you guys. Let me finish. Guys
brother.
that would not be privy to that, they watch TV on a regular basis. And
I
they're
hear-
open-minded, and they're just like our parents, like, oh, that's John Smith over there. Like, they don't realize that what they're watching is fake, that it's
But
programming.
brother, I hear what you're saying, but children can watch anime on their smartphones now.
They
If
can, but I
don't-
mean,
yeah. So even
what I'm
if they
trying to tell you
even
is, when I watch something, I'm an analyst. I analyze stuff. I'm analytical. When I watch anything on TV, if I watch an awards show, I'm looking for all the Illuminati stuff. I'm looking for all the signals. I'm looking for all the signs being thrown up. I'm looking at all the stages. I'm looking at the way everything's structured. I'm looking at how it's shot. Like Robin Williams, when he got killed, they put him in the iris. And then right after that, they showed the top view of the 666. Like, they put it in your face. Nobody saw that. I had to rewind it for my people.
Let me ask
Check
you,
this out,
Ray.
oh my God.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Earlier, you mentioned Farrakhan.
Very confident.
Now, what's your opinion on Farrakhan?
My opinion of Farrakhan, I like Farrakhan.
Yes.
I think
Okay,
he's a
let me just
brilliant man.
let me just play something to you. It's only 3
don't
minutes
like
long.
He's a brilliant man, but
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
So, Ray, what is your opinion about what you just heard? The essence of ugliness.
I missed the first part, but from what I heard when I tapped on the video, I mean, from what I understand.
No, go ahead, Ray.
No, from what I got, I mean, sounds like to me he's coming from their perspective of how they try to program us to not be, you know, to think lesser of yourself. Because I mean, that, you know, you got everybody doing all this body, you know, the enhancements and all that. That's because they feel like, from what they've seen, they need to do something to make themselves look different or better or more on wider. You know, that's why. What's funny is that they're getting their lips injected and getting these fake booties and all that stuff to look more like us.
Yeah, but hold on.
We were definitely trying to look more straight hair and all that stuff.
Have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam?
No, man, I'm just not stupid. I can read between the lines. I can
read. Because here you're talking about other people when he's saying, that we talking about black people were marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God, and that's the reason why we were rejected.
Well, that's not what I got from it.
That's what he said.
That's what he's telling them. That's what he's telling them. But I think what his message is, where it derived from, is he's taking the way it has, you know, progressed over time with the programming of how they've gotten people to think. Because I mean, religion. I don't know. To me, religion is not what everybody. I grew up in the church, you know, in the Christian, you know, Pentecostal and all that.
Hold on, Ray. Farrakhan is basically saying that
it's an NOI teaching, right?
Yeah, it's an NOI teaching. I was talking about Elijah Muhammad. He's saying that. Hold on. He's saying that we black people are marked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. That's their doctrine. That's their ideology. That's self-hate teaching. That's anti-black teaching. I don't think you heard what he said.
I don't think you heard what he said. He did say that, but who said it first?
He got that same narrative from the Bible.
From the white people.
No. It doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Check this out. The Bible doesn't say that. Hold on, Ray. The Bible doesn't say that. This is the teaching. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about Farrakhan. Farrakhan is a grown man, and isn't he saying?
I heard that story back when I was a kid.
No.
He's regurgitating what was already by the white man.
Listen. How do you explain that a grown man who's working for black people will be regurgitating some anti-black stuff, and he's not regurgitating? That's not the curse of Ham. That's not the curse of Canaan. That's what was taught by Elijah Muhammad. So it doesn't matter where it comes from. This is what he was teaching to the people.
Let me ask you a question. Where was Elijah? Where was Elijah Muhammad? Where was he at? Do you know where he was?
He was in America. He was born in America.
He was in North Carolina, the same state I'm from. When I was a kid, that same narrative was put out there.
Okay, brothers and sisters, thank you very much. You know, I'll put him at the panel because there's only so much I can take, man. You know,
I wanted to ask him a question.
Yeah, but some of the time, it's going to be 3 a.m. You know what I'm saying? And all we hear is excuses. Whether people rape children or rape women, excuses. Now he's saying anti-black stuff. You know, it's because of the white man. It's because of the Bible. And I'm like, okay, I am mad, and I hope I'm mad. He's
People
there, he's
like to
still here
give
listening.
people too much
But
respect just because
yeah, but
you
that's
think
if I
they
said it,
born
people
where
was
you were born. Like once you mentioning these kind of things, like so because somebody was born where you were born, or regardless of what, you just heard what the man say. If you
that's
are
what
any black man and you have any pride in yourself, you would say it's ignorance, period, and keep it moving. Ain't nothing to defend. Like I mean, if you that's how we feel. That's how we feel. But I don't
yeah,
like
he has a right to feel
color,
like that, but
and I never will.
But I guess that's why we never go nowhere, because we have some leaders who are infallible and untouchable, and whatever they do,
Yeah.
we need to make excuses for them. You know what I'm saying? If it was a white Jewish person who made that speech, the black community would go crazy. But because
Yeah.
Farrakhan said it is so good, and most of these Pan Africans and elder scholars and all that, they be boot kissing Farrakhan, they be boot licking Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? Because they have no backbone. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying go to war against the NOI or insult or disrespect the NOI. But if you're a grown man and a grown woman, you should be able to say, I disagree with that teaching. That's anti-black. Yeah, go ahead, Bebe.
That was some high-level gaslighting. That's something cult leaders are taught to do.
Look, Ray's here. He's here. Ray's here.
And
Feel free,
the
Ray. Feel free, Ray.
the people listening to him are conditioned to not think. Really, straight up. And they're conditioned to hear things as long as it's from the cult leader. The cult leader can tell them they were cursed, can tell them all these rotten things, and then tell them what they need to do to fix themselves. It's just that simple. And they
Go
won't
ahead, Ray.
question it. It doesn't matter if he said that an alien was their God. It would not matter. This is what cult leaders do. They gaslight their members, their followers, and slowly condition them to not question anything. Nothing.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Look like you lost him. Anyway, that's
he's
the
there.
way going.
We don't hear you though, Ray. Okay,
But
I don't know what happened.
yeah, like I was saying, like there is no excuse for. I don't care who it is, where they from, what they like. To each their own. If you think some man help you in some kind of way, these people have no kind of attachment to me or my family history, and I don't know them from nowhere. It's all about what you stand for. You know what I mean? If you say something ignorant out your mouth, you need to come apologize and say that was wrong, because for you to even be what you say that word?
Regurgitating.
Yeah, like it's fact, like it's truth. And like being Bennett say, like how can you be gaslighting black people like that to the point that you wonder why every black woman, not every black woman, but women that follow these kind of doctrines straighten their hair and always have a wigs on and eyelashes and this and that, because they don't want to be themselves. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I love nappy hair. I love to see my women afro and their hair braided and all of that.
Hello?
Yeah, same with me. Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead. Can you hear me, Ray?
My phone is not.
We hear you. We hear you, Ray. Feel free to speak.
I can't hear anything. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. We hear you.
I'm trying to leave and come back in. See what happens. Oh, there it is. Oh, you there? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
All right. Did you kick me out of the thing?
You sticking.
Can you hear me, Ray?
Frozen.
Yes,
Yeah, you gotta start. You gotta come back tomorrow, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it because it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? But if you hear this live stream, yes, I did kick you out because I felt like
Yeah,
you're defending the indefendable, if that's the English word. At some point.
What I say with what Ray's talking about is you can't really expect people to believe that because there's just not enough information at all.
No, brother, I'm sorry. That's not what he said.
No, I'm just saying. Being objective about the situation, there's just not enough information. We're going off of him saying that he met a guy at Disney that said that he did it, and that's pretty much it.
Nah, he was working there. He said. I think he did have some allegations about something.
Yeah, man. Look in the back chat. Listen, the Walt Disney worked for the U.S. government in making propaganda against the U.S. Eastern enemy. The things that you hear about these sexual things in the cartoons is the Russians' propaganda going back at them. That's what it is. It's out there. It's been known. It's not, and these countries do this stuff over and over. It's disinformation. And disinformation is dangerous because it spreads. But the problem with disinformation is this. No one's going to come and tell you it's disinformation, because then they tell you more than they want you to know to be able to defend you from it. Some of it, you just got to be smart enough to know yourself. That's the problem with disinformation. The government doesn't point it out for what it is all the time. You see, but we need to do better jobs at pointing it out ourselves, man.
Is there a donkey around somebody?
There's some sort of animal or whatever. But let's hear from Andrea Brunet. I guess it's gonna be a good close up.
No, I'm not sure how he's misunderstanding what Farrakhan said, me personally. I mean, there's a reason why they're wearing their hair covered. I wish I could see all the men in the audience, because I'm sure all of them didn't have straight hair like their eyebrows, unless they put a relaxer in there. Because there's no way all those black men in there
That's a lie.
has straight hair. There's no way. I mean, so who was he talking to? It had to be, to me, it sounds like he was just talking to the women, because I doubt everybody's hair was slicked to the side, like his, with all the processed stuff that they can use back in the day. So I'm confused on that one.
No, actually, the brother Ray was making excuses for Farrakhan, and that's a defense mechanism that I've been hearing for years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I already say Ray cool, but we gonna bump heads because he he has his opinions, and you gotta be reasonable and logic on this panel, because we're not gonna just accept any old answer. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like,
that's I'm sorry.
Regardless of who the person, 9 out of 10 the person
teaching to the fullest. I'm saying you hardly get that anti-black. That you have Ibn Khaldun, you have Farrakhan's speech, and then you may have the Talmud breakdown of the curse of Ham. That's some of the most anti-black. So the guy basically said that we are cursed, or we are marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness because of rebellion. But go ahead, sorry, young hero.
Farrakhan probably don't even know he exists. You see, for I don't care how you feel about some people, they don't even know y'all exist. Imagine that.
Yeah.
But in saying that, I don't get it, bro. Like, it could be, I don't care who the person, what status, what occupation they have. When you know a man doing wrong or saying wrong, you have to step up if you stand for something, right? So regardless of who it is, you'll be like, yeah, you don't agree with that. Regardless if you feel a certain way about the person, just be honest with yourself. Like, maybe you do agree, maybe you feel a way about, maybe you're Aboriginal.
he would agree with most of the things Farrakhan says. Like many black people in America, they consider that he's a black pope. They don't know half of this thing he was teaching. They don't know half of the things that Elijah Muhammad was teaching. You know what I'm saying? But they just make excuses. It's like the Sanada groupies. You know what I'm saying? When the Nikki situation came up, or when the TMA situation came up, I heard those guys were saying, "Oh, I'll go with my wife when she was so young," blah blah. Rationalizing. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, okay, man. At this point, man, some people are just like that, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. It's just weird.
Yeah, I just, they just need to stop trying to come on here and defend another man. That needs to stop. That I don't know what this propensity. I don't get that. It's like, come on now.
You would sweat as their daddy.
Yeah, I mean,
did cartoons?
Come again, Afimi?
Did Ray grow up watching cartoons?
Well, I surely grew up watching cartoons. Yeah.
The majority of us did.
Hey, And some of look, I didn't like watching Scooby. I don't like scary stuff, so Scooby Doo used to scare the crap out of me.
Yeah, I was always into more He-Man and Transformers.
Listen, the same thing about the cartoons is the same thing about the moon landing. Disinformation. That's what it is. The Russians they put that disinformation out there about the U.S. not going to the moon. It's the same thing about Walt Disney. And guess what? This goes on and on and on. You're going to find this.
Hold on, I'm sorry, the brother is. I think he's trolling. Ray, I think you're trolling, really.
I'm not trolling. What's really messed up is that I just was able to listen to what you said when I was off. And you said that I was defending Farrakhan. Fuck Farrakhan. I don't defend none of these niggas for that stuff.
Dang.
And that's wrong for you to say that about me. Because you're lying about me. That's the same thing as what you accused me of.
You said he's a great guy like 10 minutes ago.
No, I said he's a brilliant man. You didn't even let me finish. You don't even know why I said that. You don't even know. I didn't say that because of what he's telling people. I'm not Muslim. I don't follow that. I don't follow any religion because I'm beyond. Man, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. That I've been exposed to so much stuff that I know a lot more apparently than you do about what's going on in this world. Like you think it's really simple and everything is just good and everybody's on their best behavior trying to be the best, and it's not. And just like he was saying that it was disinformation with the Russia thing. Yeah, Russia has propaganda too. All of that is happening. All of it. That's my point. I was just trying to give you guys a different perspective because this is what I live. You know what I mean? I wish I wasn't a regular person.
But what perspective were you trying to bring from that?
Initially, I told you I didn't hear the beginning of the video because I didn't untap the volume. So I just heard the last part.
Let me play it again. Let me play it again. Let me play it again.
But from what I heard, I was telling you
so Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family. So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. Because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow?
I heard the very beginning.
That's why you so busy frying.
All right. So
now
if I'm asking you not about the man, but about what he said during that speech, what's your take on that?
Well, to his subservient followers, he's talking about self-hate. That's the simplicity of it. If you hate yourself, then you're going to alter the way your appearance is to be more fitting for whom? For the white people think.
Ray.
Yeah.
He's not teaching people about self-hate. It is self-hate, but he's teaching the people that this is why black people have kinky hair, because we rebelled against God. He's not saying white people say that.
I still didn't hear that part. Is that at the very beginning? I didn't hear any of that. Like by the time I tapped the audio, it was already on the...
Check this out. I'm not going to play the full thing. I'm just going to play the beginning.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair.
I got you. Yeah, I didn't hear any of that in the beginning.
And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of our kinky hair. This is the doctrine of the Nation of Islam, brother.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I didn't hear that. But
okay,
my point
that was a misunderstanding then. That was a misunderstanding.
My point
and
is
I agree. That's bullshit. I agree.
It is.
But Dr. Wesley Muhammad, hold on. I'm going to let you speak. Dr. Wesley Muhammad went on the Breakfast Club, and he said that Africana Studies degree is BS degree. You know what I'm saying? But that what we heard, they call it supreme wisdom. But go ahead, Ray.
No, it's not supreme wisdom. What the reason I said I think he's a brilliant man is because he's able to have that much of a following, right? He's able to go out there and spit all that stuff he does. He doesn't die. He talks about Jews. Nobody else can do that. And he's got a ton of money. That's why to me he's brilliant.
Everybody's
That's
talking about Jews. Alex Jones be talking about Jews.
No,
You
not
know, the
like
Ku Klux,
Farrakhan
the Farrakhan doesn't talk about the Jews like the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan, you know what I'm saying, they have rallies. You know, this is, you don't get no credit for talking about the Jews. Besides, check this out. Check this out.
The power of the Jew.
Well, okay, well, you know, there's many people who talk about the Jews. Farrakhan is not special for talking about the Jews.
Who else is like us? How many black people talk about the Jews?
There's plenty of black people who talk about the Jews all day.
Prominent black
day,
people? I've never seen any. Not like he does on a big
Well,
platform.
you know,
I've never seen it.
Well,
But anyway,
okay,
it doesn't matter. It
you
doesn't
know,
matter.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
but he doesn't. He, you know, he doesn't
that
get
he's
a
able to
credit.
do
He doesn't.
that.
He doesn't get credit for talking about the Jews.
I'm not giving him credit about anything. What I'm saying, the only credit I'm giving him is the fact that he can move like that. Nobody else, I haven't seen anybody else move like that.
He
With an
moves
army
like
of people.
He
I haven't seen that.
the army of people. It comes from Malcolm X. Malcolm X wrote all those numbers in. He did not found a nation, but he built it. You know what I'm saying? So Farrakhan is sitting on a legacy of Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X and Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Even though Khalid was under him, Khalid was with him and he helped him to rebuild the nation. Khalid is on tape saying, "Remember me? I was with you when your daughters were not with you." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, but you know, it's all good, man. I'm not asking you to hate the guy. If you like him, it's fine. But
I don't hate or like anybody. But
yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I don't want people to think. I don't want people to think that I'm trying to get you to go against him. The teaching, you know, that's
you can't get me to go against anybody. I'm not weak like that. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm open to all information.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well,
So
okay.
You can't influence
thank you.
me on anything.
Okay.
So we're
now
good.
it's 3 a.m. I don't want to sound like I'm running or something, but you know, I work tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So I
just want to make sure that it was clarified that that wasn't my position, because you guys kind of ran with that like I'm some crazy guy that runs off on conspiracy theories and I have no leg to stand on or no facts behind it, and I don't live my life that way. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
My shit is
Thank
based on fact. That's all I wanted to say. But you guys have a great night or wherever you are.
Thank you so
Amen.
much. So, brothers and sisters, thank you for being
Close
there.
it.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I agree that that speech was something. So, stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue. I state facts. If you know, I messed it up. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue. I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a nature hotel?
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hana Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neter class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/Ma'at Forever.